Good morning. I'd like to call the September meeting of the Kansas State Board of Education to order. We are in Topeka today for actually a one-day state board meeting. And then last fall, I think board members at least will remember, we had a joint meeting with the Kansas Board of Regents. And we will be continuing that as we're working collaboratively with them. And we will have a meeting tomorrow on Wednesday will be with the Board of Regents, Kansas Board of Regents, to discuss various topics of mutual interest, and it will be a virtual meeting. So both meetings today and tomorrow are going to be live streamed to the public. We do have a few adjustments today. I know Ben Jones will be here. He's on the road. He got delayed. And Ann Ma is on virtually, and our attorney is on virtually today too. So everybody either is present or will be shortly. So we'd like to welcome everybody who's listening. We know a number of school districts started last week, and a number are starting either today or sometime this week. And as we know, many of our schools started in person, many have started hybrid, and many are starting remotely. So we have a variety of mechanisms that folks are using in their schools. And just like our schools are having to make adjustments, so are we, as we continue to meet and make adjustments as need be. So thanks to all of the school members out there for all of their diligent work, all of the parents, all of the students, the guardians, for making these adjustments as we go back to school in these unusual times. But thanks to everybody for their hard work back on site in the districts. I'll read the mission statement of the Kansas State Board of Education, which is to prepare Kansas students for lifelong success through rigorous, quality, academic instruction, career training, and character development according to each student's gifts and talents. And our vision is for Kansas to lead the world in the success of each student. And at this time, I'd ask that we pause for a moment of silence, please. Thank you very much. And if you would please now stand and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much. Okay, for the agenda today, board members, just as I mentioned, as our school districts are having to make adjustments as we go, we are going to adjust the agenda just a little bit today. We are going to make a couple of adjustments and one addition. First of all, we are going to move current item number 10, teacher vacancy and supply, and it will be postponed until the afternoon following the Broadband survey results. That'll be around 2:55. And new item number 10 is going to be possible action on suspension of KISA activities for the fall of 2020. The commissioner will be discussing that in the commissioner's report. So we're going to have an action item there for number 10 will be extension of KISA. Are there any other changes to today's agenda? And if not, may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Steve Roberts?
Actually, I would like to request, thank you, Madam Chair, I would like to request the pull of 18F from the consent agenda so it can be discussed by itself. 18F.
18F.
F is in Frank, recommendations for licensure waivers.
Okay, thank you. We will pull that. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Dina Horst, second. Janet Wall, all in favor, please raise your hand. And Ann, okay, okay, that's a 10-0. Thank you very much.
Is that Ben?
Yeah, Ben's here.
Hey, Ben.
He arrived as we were doing the pledge, I believe. Is that right, Ben? Okay, now we'll take a look at the minutes. Do we have any additions or corrections to the August State Board minutes? If not, do I have a motion to approve the August meeting minutes? Steve Roberts, a second. Dina Horst, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 10-0 and Ma voting online. Okay, very good. Thank you very much, board members. And now we'll move on to the commissioner's report. Commissioner Watson, your monthly report. I know you've got a lot to share with us today, so welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see all of you, and I'm glad that you're here. Good to see Ann and Mark online. Several things I want to share with you, some of which are just updates, and some I'm going to call travels from the road, and I'll look to maybe Jean to help me out with some of that because she traveled many places with me last week. Not all, but several places as we go forward. Let me just I think the major part of this in the next few weeks, we have to know social and emotionally and academically what has been the impact of COVID on our students and families. And we can know that by assessing this fall. That can be done in several ways. Many school districts use what's called a screener. That could be Ames Web or Dibbles or FastBridge. There's multiple map assessments you'll hear from time to time. Or they could use free of charge our interim assessments. And many have done that, many shared with Jean and I on our trip. It's going to be very important to know that information, and we'll talk more about that later, so that we can make sure that we can put plans together for how we're going to catch students up and how much time do we have. If they're seniors, obviously we have 1 year. If they're kindergarten or first grade, we have much larger, but how we would go about doing that. And that's going to take some of our priority this year and some of what I will talk about with you a little bit later on. Please, if you can, continue to send patrons, people that contact you, to navigatingchange.ksd.org. We continue to update it. I'm going to go over some of those. They're fairly minor updates today, but they continue to try to guide Kansans, and our staff continues to lead school districts in trying to make various changes to their operations going forward. So as you know, when you look at this is the front page of that. It's a little bit old. I didn't take a new screenshot, but if you look at that, you always want to go to the updated documents. And I'm going to go over that with you because that's by date. That's where you will find the changes that have been made. So you don't have to go searching through all the documents trying to find those changes. And then there are sections that you will find. And now over in resources, you will find even more examples that teachers have put together of lesson plans that can simply be taken off the shelf by grade level and implemented or tweaked to whatever that teacher wants. So if we could, in your packet, you should have a highlighted updates. I'm just going to quickly go over because you're not going to see many substantial changes. What's highlighted are things that have been changed since we met in August. And what's not highlighted were things that were changed prior and already approved by the state board during that time. So you can see the appendix formatting has been changed. You can see numbers. If you go then to page 2, you'll start to see that there's several grade band things that have been added or changed. And I want to just note to you, there's been making sure that virtually, whenever that was used, is replaced with the word remotely, because that's the terminology that we're using. There is a special education guidance document that's been updated, and that will continue to be updated, guidance on how special ed kids should learn during this time. If you go to the next page on operations, you'll see again just some minor definition changes and page number changes in hybrid and remote. So the good news is there's not major substantive changes this time. In the appendix, probably the major changes after your adoption last time is the gating criteria, and there's been no change in the gating criteria since that occurred. But again, you'll see the special ed guidance document. It's essential that there are a few groups of kids we should have our eyes on this fall. One would be special ed students. We know IEPs were disrupted. Obviously, schools tried to meet those as best possible, but I am worried about special needs children and regression that would have happened. We'll talk more about this in a second. Starting today, some of the major school districts, and I'm talking about number-wise, Kansas City, Kansas, Lawrence, Wichita, are going to be starting in a hybrid or remote situation. In some of those cases, unless they change, students may not be in a brick and mortar face-to-face with the teacher until Thanksgiving. And they haven't been with a teacher since March. So despite, I think, the really great efforts, we're going to have to double down on those efforts with students with disabilities. I think young kids, pre-K, K1, 2, in the early development of reading and numeral literacy have been severely hampered during this time. Now that's Randy's opinion. We'll know more as we get the data to talk about that. But I think that that's going to be important as we look going forward also. And then students of poverty that do not have access to technology very well, or don't have access to food, or don't have access to someone being at home. Those are going to be challenges for us going forward. So the updates will be approved at the chair report time. But I'd like now turn your attention to the document called Remote Learning. And I'm not going to go over this page by page, but I'm going to guess some of you, if not all of you, have been contacted concerning remote learning and either logs or contacts or how it's going to work. So I'm going to back up to continuous learning. That's the title of what we did in the spring. And tell you what the difference is between that time period and now. And here it is. On March 17th, the governor ordered all schools, public and private, to close for the remainder of the 1920 school year. That put every school in the same boat. The 1,116 hours was waived. And we went into a process that we tried to continue to engage students and families. I know what you heard during that time, because I heard it too. Some students, families, and teachers heavily engaged, and it was a wonderful time. There was a large number in the middle. It's kind of good, maybe not so good. And then you heard from parents that I've never spoken to a teacher. I've never heard from anyone. So as we approached this time, we said there ought to be two things: a daily contact with a teacher from the home district, and a parent that says, yes, I'll sign off at the end of the day that things went according to the plan. Because there was no forced community. If you want funding, now remember this: no one has to do remote learning. You can make up the time. If you want, though, to be funded for that, those are the two general requirements. And there's some things to think about for this year. Student has to be regularly enrolled in the school district they would attend. So this is not taking someone else's student. This is your student in Atchison County schools, and they normally would attend on site. The student is not enrolled in a virtual school. Curriculum instruction is prepared and provided, supervised by the local teachers of that district and the staff in that student's home district. And remote learning should be as close to the brick and mortar teaching and learning that is taking place. Now, there are two ways you end up in a remote situation. So today, if you're in, I'm trying to think of a district that I know for sure what model they're in. If you're in Lakin, you're face-to-face, meaning they're going to school brick and mortar. But there's some number of parents that have exercised their option to go remote because they don't feel that it's safe. That's when this would kick in. Kansas City, Kansas today is 100% remote. Now that brings up a different issue, because if the teacher is synchronous, meaning teaching the class and can see the class, then there's no need to take attendance or take a log. Does that make sense? Because the teacher can, so if I'm teaching a class and someone's just on the screen like Ann and Mark are, then it's synchronous. It's happening at the same time. If I'm teaching a class but I can't do that because there's too many numbers, then that's asynchronous, and that's where the log is going to have to verify those learning activities took place. So at the end, I'd be happy to answer questions that you're getting about remote learning, but I find that there are still some misconceptions. So I want you to think about this. If we were planning this out, if you think about redesign, I know, Steve, sometimes you get impatient, as I do. So think about remote learning was designed and implemented without beta testing, without focus group testing, because we didn't have time. So we'll have to make adjustments. And that's what we're doing even here today. You have to make adjustments. I'm going to talk about how school districts are doing that. But I'd be happy to answer the questions that you're getting when we get to the end about remote learning. Now, lessons from the road. So I've been a few places over the last few weeks. Back with staff, back with students. Again, I want to thank Jean. She was with me for the majority of what I called the Colorado tour of Western Kansas, which is those districts that somewhat border Colorado and a little bit in between. Here are just some lessons. Most schools before Labor Day were back in session. I don't think many people in the media know that, but the vast majority of school districts were already in session. And so if I look at Dina's district, most of them were in session. Jim, most of yours were in session. No, Michelle and Steve, no. Kathy, no, for the most part. Janet, no. But Jim and Jean, yes. Now that's different. Most schools were back in session. However, most students return to school today because they're in Kansas City and the suburbs, Topeka and the suburbs, Wichita and the suburbs. That's where most of the kids reside. So most districts were already in school. There's lessons to be learned from that. Most students started school today. All right? In those schools that were back in session, they opened before Labor Day. Wearing a mask and activities have been controversial. And hard to believe, right? One of the things I told Jean that was interesting, and I said everywhere I went, that as I went from one community to the other, I didn't know what the protocol was. I mean, there's no sign, state championship 1973 and wear a mask, all right, or don't. You're not welcome to wear a mask. And so you're trying, I know Jean and I were always cautious. And then when we'd get there, people would ask us often, what's the protocol? Because it's different in every community. Those communities can be 10 miles apart in the same county and have different expectations. Activities, as you probably have been aware, whether to have football, how many get to go to the stands, how do we travel on a bus, how do we mask when we play volleyball, do we not mask? So those have been challenges for all the schools that have opened. But those quickly have become secondary. It's my opinion. Because what they're in now Those districts that have started and been in school are facing the tremendous job ahead of them, which is how do we keep school open when we're being disrupted by the virus? So let me just give you some examples. Goodland, entire football coaching staff had to be quarantined. Their middle school and administrative team coached Friday night, and I understand they won their game. So there may be a change, I don't know. Bill Bierman, the superintendent, coached football Friday night because they didn't have a football. They had a team. We found a school district whose kindergarten staff wiped out, quarantine. Pre-K, another school, quarantine. 2 or 3 members of a staff and a student test positive. All of a sudden, 100 kids have to be quarantined. And what that starts then is a juggling of who's going to teach, how do I get this done, who gets to come to school, who has to go remote for 14 days. And you layer that on top of communities still fighting over masking activities. And I will tell you my opinion. Jean can jump in and give you her opinion. I have never seen school boards, principals, teachers, and administrators under so much stress in my life. I mean, tremendous, because no matter what they do, it's wrong. And it doesn't solve entirely the problem. Now, most students just returned back to school today. That's urban and suburban, for the most part. I mean, there's some others, but where lots of kids are. Wearing a mask and activities have been controversial in the big and the small, right? So I heard well, Randy, Western Kansas. No. If I were to say this, what really divides on this issue is rural and urban suburban, a little bit. I mean, it's not in Western Kansas. I can go to Southeast Kansas, we find the same issues. I can go to South Central Kansas. I can go to North Central Northeast. This isn't a West East. I think they think that, but it's not. Stress of opening hybrid and remote are generally in the suburban and urban. And that's happening today. Michelle said there were some challenges already in one of our largest school districts in Johnson County. So I will tell you that challenge of how do you operate hybrid and how do you operate remote are starting today, because that's where most of the students are. But all of those will quickly transition to the same issues that we're seeing in the rural districts that have been in school for 1, 2, in some cases 3 weeks over the last several weeks. And so what you're going to see today and over the next several months is our agency trying to be responsive to the field of doing 2 things, and they're very difficult to do, just like schools are trying to have school and trying to keep people safe. And that's difficult. We're going to try, I'll come back to this, we're going to try our best to do this. Lead the world in the success of each student and ensure that that's taking place, while asking you to possibly take a look at slowing down some of the requirements that we have in areas that you have some control over. Redesign would be one of those, right? We're already seeing when we talk to redesign schools, we're overwhelmed. KISA is going to be another one that we talk about. And of course, we've got issues of dyslexia. That's just the beginning. There'll be more come to you where we're going to have to take some things off of the plates of school district because they're dealing with trying to keep kids in school, staff in school, and it's a jigsaw puzzle every single day. So we have to acknowledge that because it's real and you can feel it when you get out there. And yet we can't just absolve ourselves of any of the responsibilities we have to learning going forward. So in the last 2 to 3 weeks that I've been on the road, I've had a handful of superintendents either call me when I'm traveling or stop me in the parking lot where it's just me and them one-on-one and said, one said, I've been doing this a long time and I no longer want to do it. A couple others said, I can't do this anymore. Every decision we make is a wrong decision for someone, and it's emotional and intense, and I can't do it. And I'm literally counseling when I don't have a counseling background, just trying to help them in a time where I don't have the answers, just trying to support them. At the same time, we've got to support families and kids and communities that have various thoughts. These are not easy times. And I will just say this, we can all disagree on what the answers ought to be because we're all not having lived through a pandemic. But I wanted to just kind of tell you what I have observed firsthand, sitting down with teachers and administrators and listening. As you know, anytime I want to, if I want to get really personal, I can simply say to my daughter, Melissa, what do you think? And I get an earful, I can talk to an elementary principal pretty close too, and I get an earful. And I know, Mr. Porter, you got one too. We can get those from our own family members too. And everyone's right. There isn't anyone wrong. Please understand, there's not any wrong in this. It's how are we going to function. What I can tell you today, in school districts that are open, someone lost a science teacher today. Someone lost kids that had to be quarantined. Someone lost a sporting team that had to be for 14 days. And that 14-day shuffle is what's causing the stress. And then we're going to have to look at what the balance is between holding accountability so that we know that learning is going to take place to the best of our ability and making sure that we can operate schools and give them the flexibility to navigate this, and it will not be a perfect scenario. So, again, Gene, I don't want to put you on the spot, but since you heard a lot of those stories too, if you want to say anything, I would welcome that, and then I'd be happy to answer questions.
Yeah, Jean?
I would just have to reiterate that there is a great deal of stress out in our districts, even when they're running relatively smoothly right now. There is the stress of trying to prepare themselves for every eventuality, and it's your mind is reeling with possibilities. So there is a great deal of stress, and just like Dr. Watson said, we have 14 days where people are out, and I think it's really important that we alleviate some of that stress and limit it to 14 days because we don't want to create a situation where people just are opting out of the whole system. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think all of you have probably received emails and talked to people who have the same experience that we did. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Any questions, board members, at this time for Randy? I know we'll come back to a couple of these topics. Janet Wall? Okay, all right. I'm sorry, I'm watching Zoom and I forgot to watch my hand waving. Okay, Dina Horst?
Thank you. Well, in my visiting with some superintendents and also some teachers in Salina, one of their big frustrations is having students being on remote, asking questions at the same time they have questions from students that are on site. So have we thought of any structure that a teacher might use? Because they're trying to answer emails and questions at the same time, and just wondering if there are suggestions being sent to districts to kind of help alleviate some of that stress.
Dina, thank you for that question, because you're giving another scenario of down at the teacher level. Our staff is engaged in professional development on how to teach hybrid and how to teach online with a variety of options. Like curriculum, school districts can pick and choose whatever options, but we're in a constant training mode to try to do that. Now, school's in session today, almost everywhere in Kansas, so their time is going to be now limited in terms of PD training, but we will continue to reach out and give as many options as possible. We don't dictate the model. The virus dictates some, and then school districts have an option of this is how we want to treat remote learners. Some, for example, you cannot play sports if you choose remote. In some places, that is what you're going to get if you choose activity. See the difference? Because where Gina and I have a lot of districts. So yes, Dina, we're trying to provide guidance, but again, we're going to have to adjust, because if we hear it's too much on a teacher, it may be in that district and it may be different down the road. So they're going to have to adjust as we get into this school year also.
Thank you, Dina. Ben Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hear me, but there it is. One of the things that I've had superintendents to visit me and parents, and I've visited with you, so I want to get it out so everybody can hear it, is the elementary time in front of a computer screen, because we've talked about the last year about young kids in front of a computer screen and remote learning, and the 11-16 and the however many minutes a day, the six hours a day, and what counts, and some clarifications out there. And I know you've probably had some conversations with superintendents, but I've had some parents also reach out with that concern, especially among elementary kids and online.
So thank you, Ben, because we're not asking any kid, high school or elementary, pre-K, to be on an online computer 6.5 hours a day. They're not in a school. They would have art, they would have music, they would have PE, they would have lunch, they would have recess, and they should have all of those remotely. Lots of breaks. So they may be only online, I'm making up a number here, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then they're offline during their activities, and then a teacher would check back in. So again, we would say, no, that's either a misunderstanding or we're misusing it. We don't want that much screen time, but we do want there to be learning that's taking place just like it would in school, and there's a variety of things that would take place in school. So,
Thank you, Commissioner. Appreciate the update. At this time, I'm going to declare the Citizens Open Forum of the Kansas State Board of Education meeting open at 10:34. The State Board provides this opportunity for citizens to share views about topics of interest or issues currently being considered by the State Board. The State Board asks that speakers identify themselves by name and the name of the group they represent, if applicable. The State Board also asks that each speaker focus their remarks on issues or topics. Personal attacks will not be tolerated. Each speaker shall be limited to 3 minutes. Any board questions will be for clarification. And our first speaker, this is together, is Vinny and Joey Mattioni, and then Alicia Mattiona after that. So if they'd come forward, and just when people know the time, it'd be 3 minutes. The commissioner will hold up when you have a certain amount of time left. So, gentlemen, welcome, and go ahead, please.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Joey Mattioni, and this is my brother Vinny. We are dyslexic. I've always hated reading. Teachers taught me to use pictures to help guess what stories were about, but in third grade books no longer had pictures. I was lost and couldn't read. I was embarrassed and had low self-esteem. Teachers told my parents I was lazy and unmotivated. My mom didn't believe them, and I was tested and diagnosed with dyslexia. It took until 5th grade to get an IEP, but resource teachers couldn't teach me to read. They didn't have enough training. I am now headed into high school, and I've spent 4 years in special education with teachers who are still not trained. Learning to read is the most important part of school. Why would you consider a delay? COVID is not an excuse. You have the power to start helping kids learn how to read, so please stand up for literacy.
Hi, my name is Vinny Mattioni, and I'm in 5th grade, and I have dyslexia. I've always tried to hide my dyslexia because other kids may think you're stupid if you can't read. I never wanted anyone to see me picking up a baby book from the easy shelf. I never wanted to read out loud because I would be made fun of. Teachers knew I had dyslexia but did not help me read. They didn't know how to help, so my mom was trained. She taught me the reading rules before and after school. I wanted to hang out with my friends, but instead I had to tutor every day. I wish I could learn to read at school. Kansas needs teachers who can help. I think it is your job to make this happen. Please do the right thing and don't delay reading.
Clarification question? Yes, Mr. Roberts.
So, the younger one, I didn't catch your name. Tell me your name again.
Vinny Mattioni. Yeah.
Vinny, is it your presentation to us that you received better instruction at home
Yeah.
than you did in school?
Yeah, my mom taught me, she tutored me before school and, after.
And you said your mom went somewhere to learn the rules?
Yes.
Do you know how long that took roughly?
I do not. I don't
Okay.
know. Yeah, my mom.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you, guys, appreciate it. Okay, Alicia Mattioni is next, and then Kim Portier. I may have butchered that last name, but Alicia, thank you very much, welcome.
Thank you. I am Elisa Mattioni, and I am dyslexic. More importantly, I have 3 dyslexic children who depend on the leadership of your board to make impactful educational decisions. This pandemic has forced educators to rethink how to meet the unique needs of each student. This is all too familiar for those of us with children who learn differently. We have always been faced with these challenges. Because of COVID, everyone is beginning to understand a little better what it is like to have learning challenges. Many students in Kansas will not be learning in person, and the most vulnerable students continue to be those without basic literacy skills. 85% of students with a learning disability have difficulty reading and processing language. The gap will widen, and you are not being proactive. Now, more than ever, a multifaceted approach that includes teacher training and a systematic way to diagnose and provide services is essential. However, a paid position at the state level is already 3 months overdue. Districts still have no guidelines. As a mother of dyslexics, I educated myself, and I was fortunate enough to train in structured literacy and basic Orton-Gillingham. I taught my own children to read. Our district is now referring students to me, and I have a stream of parents who are begging for help. I serve on the Dyslexia Task Force that produced the recommendations that your board unanimously passed in November. When you adopted the recommendations, you sent a message to educators in Kansas that learning to read requires a structured literacy approach. You approved an implementation timeline, and for the first time, we had hope for our schools. This board should be embarrassed to even consider a delay. There is no excuse, not a pandemic, not lack of funds, nothing. The Kansas State Department of Ed kept 10% of the state's allocation of the CARES Act, and there is money in reserve. During the shutdown, schools were still 100% funded, even though expenses were a fraction of what they would have been. Literacy funds should be the top priority during a pandemic. Kansas students and families are depending on your November commitment. Without proper training and implementation, structured literacy programs will not meet the unique needs of our dyslexic children. All teachers deserve to be supported by trained professionals at the state level who know best practices and therefore expect best practices. As parents and taxpayers, we expect your board to oversee the implementation of structured literacy in every classroom. Today, your credibility is at stake. If you truly stand up for education, then stand by that timeline that you already agreed upon and start allocating funds for literacy. Do not agree to this delay.
Thank you very much. Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Roughly how many hours or days or months, what was the time frame for you to get to the level where you considered yourself a subject matter expert in this area?
I certainly would not call myself an expert
Okay.
at this time. I figured out that my 3 children had dyslexia. I looked into finding resources and tutors that were educated at a high level, and they're very, very scarce. And so I took it upon myself to get trained in an Orton-Gillingham boxed system. I started tutoring my own 3 boys. That box system, a curriculum, was not enough. And I therefore attended Orton-Gillingham training, and it was provided at Horizon Academy. And I received a basic classroom education level of Orton-Gillingham. I would not consider myself an expert. I'm an expert at the basics and intermediate, but definitely not advanced. That my son, who's in high school, desperately needs more of an advanced Orton-Gillingham trained professional.
Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that you're not necessarily an expert. I'm just curious about the time commitment that you put in.
So
give us an
I would
idea?
say just for the training at the level that I am in, it was over 2 years.
Thank you.
Kim Porter?
Thank you, Lisa. You're not through.
Oh, I thought she said Kim. She's the next one.
If I remember correctly, you was trained as a teacher.
Yes, so I have an elementary education degree, yes.
Okay. And you did this at your own expense, I assume?
Absolutely.
And I understand it's pretty expensive, so can you give us a kind of a,
Probably I spent over $2,000 to get the training that I needed.
over a couple of years?
And
Yeah.
then that doesn't count the resources that I need in order to be able to tutor, the books, the cards and the things that I use in my tutoring program.
Okay. Your sons are pretty impressive. How are they doing now in school?
Well, my oldest, or the one
Yeah.
my oldest is actually at Pitt State University, and he has 15 accommodations through the accommodations office there. My other dyslexic that you heard speak is on an IEP, and we are currently fighting to get preloaded vocabulary words so that he can be successful in school. And has not been an easy road. My youngest one, I started tutoring in kindergarten, and he's going to be all right because he had early intervention.
Early intervention, critically important. Thank you so much.
Critically important, yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Kim Portier's next, and then Kathy Denisha. Kim?
I'm Kim Porter. Let's have Kathy Denisha go first, and I'll go at the end, if that's all right.
Okay,
Kathy Denisha.
Kathy Denisha.
Good morning. My name's Kathy Denisha. I'm here today, first and foremost, as a parent of 3 dyslexic students in the Overland Park area myself, and also I sit on the International Dyslexia Association board here in the state and work and volunteer as a regional representative. An extremely concerning statistic that I became aware of in the last few years through my involvement is that on the National Assessment of Educational Progress testing, which is conducted nationally in every state, the percent of Kansas students who perform at or above a proficient level in reading is 34%. That's a number that should concern every parent, every citizen in Kansas. Unfortunately, those scores have steadily declined over the last 3 years. They are not statistically different than our scores in 1998. That tells me we need to try something, do some kind of change, significant change. Students with learning disabilities are substantially lower in those tests than our non-learning disabled peers. Research shows us that 5% of children learn to read effortlessly. About 35% learn to read with relatively easy broad instruction. 40 to 50% of students, however, require code-based, explicit, systematic, and sequential instruction, commonly referred to as structured literacy. 10 to 15% of our students require this structured literacy with many repetitions, who are probably our dyslexic students. That data is available, I think, on a handout you received, the Nancy Young reading letter, if you want to refer to it later. Personally, when my daughter was in second grade at the public schools where we had gone and gotten outside diagnosis of dyslexia, we were told to wait until she was in about 5th or 6th grade to test her for qualifying for services when they knew she would probably score poor enough at that time to qualify. I had a very good reading teacher with the master's in reading. She encouraged us at that time to seek outside help for our daughter because she knew she didn't have the training. We did, and she brought my daughter into reading group to teach other students the rules she was learning in her outside program. Teachers want to help, but just like teachers who teach French and foreign languages, if they're not given the training, they don't know how to help. Research shows that 27% of our teachers don't know how to break apart a morpheme in words. About 10% don't know how to identify a consonant cluster. Our reading programs in universities don't, less than 25% of them even have early reading and literacy on their syllabuses. The most common textbooks used for teachers do not contain the sufficient requirements needed to be able to teach reading instruction. Teachers want to help our kids, and we're relying on your leadership today to help require those programs go in place in the state of Kansas. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Angie Schreiber, and then Ben Schreiber. Angie? Welcome.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And I'm the person who likes to burn trees. So you're going to get a packet of material from me. And the reason is everything I quote in my remarks, I give you the documentation to back it up so you don't have to go look it up. And I'm Angie Schreiber, and I'm a member of the Dyslexia Task Force, and I'm from Emporia. And I also am against the delay of the implementation of the timeline. The timeline was established to help all kids in Kansas, and I believe that the dyslexia coordinator needs to be funded now. The State Department failed to meet these two requirements, and I believe they should have alerted both the State and House Education Committee and the task force that they didn't meet these timelines. I was very upset to have to read about it from the KASB newsletter, and I didn't hear it from anybody else. And that's not the way you want to find out that something isn't being done. The dyslexia coordinator wasn't hired because the $96,000 salary was not approved in the 2021 budget. SB 386 passed the Senate 2 days before the legislature adjourned. Later, the conference committee did not add the funding and recommended it be reviewed at the omnibus. The governor also did not recommend the agency's request. I know every state budget has needs more than can be funded, but it appears that KSDE is not seriously advocating for this position, so it's going to get pushed to the side. If the department was serious, it should have met the deadlines or asked for earlier permission to miss them. One possible source of the funds could be from the U.S. Department of Education through the Education Stabilization Fund program. Summary document shows that Kansas received about $84.5 million, and they gave to the state schools, $76 million. So that difference is $8.5 million. Where'd that money go, and why wasn't it used to fund a dyslexia coordinator or free up funds to for something else, and then money could have been used to fund the dyslexia coordinator? And for an example, Tennessee used their money to provide one-on-one tutoring all summer for kids who were delayed in reading. As executive director for Cradle to Career, every day our phone is ringing. off the wall. And we hear parents complaining, my kid cannot read, but the school district says he's fine. We test them, they can't read. Then they say, well, the school says they can't be tested. They're not old enough. National Institutes of Health tells us a child can be tested for dyslexia as early as 5.5. I would like to say I'm shocked, but I'm not. This has been going on for 25 years. For the first time since my son was diagnosed 25 years ago, I had faith in you because you gave us a timeline. But you missed it, and now I'm sad. And so, if we delay anymore and we don't have a legislative mandate, I am the wife of a state representative, and all of us who have lost our faith in the system, we may ask him to introduce a piece of legislation that mandates dyslexia and dyslexia testing. Because we were told we didn't want legislation, because teachers don't like legislation. But we put our faith in you that the timelines would be met. And now we're here, and it doesn't look like we're going to meet them. So
Thank you,
if we
Angie.
need legislation, we'll ask for it.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I went over.
Ben Schreibner? Welcome.
Good morning. I'm Ben Schreiber, and 25 years ago, I was a third grader who was unable to read. Math, science, history, no problem. But reading just wouldn't click. Luckily, my parents did not take the standard line from the school that nothing was wrong and kept looking for answers. It took years of hard work to catch up with my class, because when you're behind, you have to make more progress than others to catch up. It worked, and 16 years ago, I graduated high school, and then I followed that up with a degree in mechanical engineering from Kansas State University. Since then, I've worked as a construction engineer on 4 continents, putting up over $500 million worth of construction. I was a lucky one. I learned to read, I made it back onto grade level, and I was able to follow my dreams. 25 years ago, the attitude of the schools was just get him through this grade, he'll eventually graduate, and the community will always need ditch diggers. Not much has changed in 25 years because the school's attitude seems to be the community still needs ditch diggers, but the world has changed. I see it every day on my construction sites. We don't dig ditches with picks and shovels anymore. We use heavy construction equipment, and today that is loaded with multi-level touchscreen displays and GPS guidance. To operate it, you have to know how to read. I know, I've seen it. There's a job on one of my projects that a person wasn't expected to know how to read. And whether that was in the Sahara Desert in Africa, Eastern Europe, the mountains of Asia, or here in the Midwest, to work in construction, you have to know how to read. Those who couldn't read were the last ones hired and the first ones dismissed. That is if they were even hired at all, and they are usually limited to the lowest paying jobs. Bottom line, the old community ditch diggers don't exist anymore. And just like a construction project, schools operate on a schedule. Kids are expected to know how to read by the end of 3rd grade. They have 4 years to learn to read. If they use a year during this time, they just lost 25% of the time allocated to learning to read. And that is just clock time. It does not include how hard it is to get kids corrected on issues. After 3rd grade, kids still have 9 years till they graduate high school, during which they're expected to improve their reading proficiency. Each year lost here represents 11% of the time allocated to improving reading proficiency, to say nothing of the extra work they must put in to catch up with their classes. Just like my construction projects, these kids are on a schedule. And just like my clients are waiting for their buildings, the workforce is waiting for these children. Bottom line, there won't be a place for them if they can't read. Please don't delay these children's hopes another year. Their futures literally depend on it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Kim? Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Kim Poyer, and I wanted to follow up after these speakers as I'm a parent of a 6th grader in the Overland Park area with dyslexia. Luckily, I was able to go out and get an IEP and private testing in 1st grade. I've had private tutors at my home through the school doing the best they can up till now, and it hasn't been enough. So I'm here to continue to educate myself about dyslexia, and thrilled to have learned how much has gone on in the past 2 years. So much with the ladies and the speakers we've had today. And as a parent learning, I'm in awe to see this generational gap and to hear that this is a conversation. It seems to me the Kansas State Department of Education started to change this in November of 2019. We're talking about reading, whether we're online with the pandemic or we're trying to use a computer at school. It doesn't matter. These children need help learning to read, and the teachers don't know how to teach them. I've experienced that. I'm beginning to experience that more, and I'm here to urge you all not to delay this. I'm a parent and an attorney, and I hope to become more involved and make this my efforts for the future generations of children and for all the work that everyone has started. So in 20 years, people aren't still standing here talking about teaching our children to read. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. State Board of Education Citizens Open Forum is closed at 10:56. We'd like to thank the speakers for sharing their views with the State Board. The State Board will determine if any of these issues should be addressed as an agenda item at a future meeting, and as I think everybody knows, this actually is on the agenda this afternoon for further discussion. So thank you very much. Okay, agenda item 8 is an action item, and it is to act on the Accreditation Review Council recommendations for KISA, which is Kansas Education System's accreditation. So Michelle and I believe Jeanette are both here today, and we have 3 schools before us today. So as soon as maybe we get our screen share up, we're ready. Get all the steps taken care of. There we go. Looks like we're good. Okay, Michelle. Thank you.
To act on the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council in regard to the systems that are before you. These systems entered the KISA cycle in year 3, so you have 2 public systems. You have Paola. The recommendation from the Accreditation Review Council was to conditionally accredit that system. Hope Lutheran is a private system. Again, the Accreditation Review Council has asked for a conditionally accredited status for that system. And then El Dorado, their recommendation is to accredit that system. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, board members, are there questions for Michelle or Jeanette on any of these 3 systems? We've got 3 today. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Michelle. What is the advantage or the disadvantage for the 2 that are suggested or recommended to be conditionally accredited, that they remain conditionally accredited and not unaccredited? Can you explain the difference in that, please?
Sure. So this would be the first sort of public notification for these systems that they have been given this status. And it is the thinking currently of my team and of the Review Council to progressively use that action instead of just going from all to nothing, to ask them to meet these needs of their conditional accredited status first. And if at that point they wouldn't, then they would move to the not accredited status.
And what would the time frame be to meet the standards to move from conditionally accredited to fully accredited?
Certainly. I believe we provided those reports for you and some of those timelines. It varies depending on the need of the system. So what might be true for Paola may not be true for Hope Lutheran, may not be true for any other systems. It just depends on the work that's needed by the system.
Well, I appreciate that. We just heard testimony that we have
Yeah.
teachers who don't know how to teach reading, so I'm concerned about these issues.
Sure. At the most, it would be one year.
And that is, board members, that is page 25 in our materials. And I do remember there were timelines for both of them. I don't remember exactly what they were, but I do remember seeing them in the materials, so.
One example, Mr. Roberts, if I might share, is just be the implementation of an individual plan of study. That's not something that's going to take place in a quick fashion. It's something that would take an extended amount of time.
Jim Porter?
Thank you. I asked the questions about timelines last month, and you told me it was there, and I didn't read it, and I apologize for that. But I didn't know the follow-up question that I thought after I left. When that timeline is there, whenever they've done that, and they have met them, what is then the procedure from going from conditional accredited to, does it come back to us?
Sure, that goes back to the Accreditation Review Council, and then they would make a recommendation from there to you all.
So for instance, if the deadline is, or if the timeline is next April, then we would probably see that sometime in the summer?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions regarding any of these three systems? And if not, I'd take a motion. Michelle Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think Randy discussed it earlier, as some of these districts are overwhelmed, obviously, with what's going on, trying to juggle hybrid, remote.
Certainly.
So I know we talked about, maybe this afternoon we're talking about that a little bit. I'm just curious how overwhelmed some of these schools are. How are they going to be able to make time for what they, I'm just curious about that.
Sure.
Because we talked about, that may be something that we look at, structure-wise. Are they going to be able to handle that on top of everything they're trying to deal with right now? And it sounds like every district and board is overwhelmed.
Absolutely. It is a conversation with the Accreditation Review Council as well. When they look at these systems that are coming before them at this time compared to previous years or even in the future, that idea of what was happening to the systems at the time is at the forefront of their thinking too. So it may be that over time between now and if the timeline was April, they need an extension that could be offered to them as well. We're trying to be as flexible, as differentiated as possible, understanding the current circumstances.
So as long as they're communicating that, in communication, they need to be letting you know that this is, hey, we just right up front, be up front and say, this is overwhelming.
Yes, ma'am.
We're
And we
overwhelmed
would
and-
yes, we would be in touch with them as well
Okay.
throughout the
All right,
process.
very good.
Mhm.
Further questions on any of these three schools? Okay, do we have a motion? Mr. Roberts? Yes, if you would, please, sir.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Accreditation Review Council and award the status of accredited to USD 490 El Dorado and the status of conditionally accredited to USD 368 Paola and Z 006-9021 Hope Lutheran.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, Ben Jones is a second. Okay, all in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Abstain? Okay, so we have a 9-0-1 on that particular motion. Thank you very much. And I think you're probably here for the next one, too.
I am. I might need my good friend Nathan so I don't mess up your Zoom land to switch presentations for me.
Okay, item number 9, and board members, in your agenda, this is on page 59, will be to receive the Accreditation Review Council recommendations, again for KISA, and this, I believe, if memory serves me correctly, yes, indeed, there is one school district, it's a private school district, it's St. Patrick Elementary. And as soon as we get this up there, Michelle will share with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thought it might be helpful if we quickly reviewed the definitions on each of the statuses before I present to you this one system. Whoops, sorry.
There we go.
Thank you. Accredited is a system in good standing, meeting all of their compliance needs with the state board, and that they have provided conclusive evidence of growth in student performance and conclusive evidence of an intentional quality process of working through their accreditation process, school improvement needs. The conditionally accredited status, again, means they are in good standing in the compliance issues with the state board. However, they may not have provided conclusive evidence of growth in student performance and unable to, again, provide conclusive evidence of an intentional quality growth process. Not accredited, this is a system that would have compliance needs with the state board, some areas of weakness there. They were unable to provide conclusive evidence of student performance growth, and again, unable to provide conclusive evidence of an intentional quality growth process. So our information as a receive item for you today is that you would receive information on St. Patrick Elementary School and their conditionally accredited status as recommended by the ARC for your action item then in October. So this is a bit of information about St. Patrick. They have appealed their conditionally accredited decision. This is a system that we were unable to draw full support from the ARC over the summer. People were not on contract, et cetera, so it took us a little longer for them to complete the review. The appeal process didn't change the accreditation recommendation. They have 3 areas of improvement. The appeal did satisfy 2. However, to my earlier example, this is a system that has not, they have a need for the implementation of an individual plan of study. And that begins at the 5th grade, I believe, is what the action was by the legislature for those plans of study, 8th grade. And this is a K-8 building, is that right? This is a K-8 building, and they have no evidence of that implementation for the IPS at this time. And again, happy to stand and answer any questions you may have about St. Patrick.
Okay, this is a receive item today, board members, so if any questions, clarifications that you need at this point in time. Ben Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 questions, and one of them's more of a, maybe one for Randy, but on their, how can an elementary school have a gold standard in graduation and post-secondary success when they don't have graduates?
They would look at their chronic absenteeism rate, because that's most closely aligned to high school.
Okay.
So middle schools and elementary and even pre-K, if they look at the number of students who are missing more than 10% of the days of school.
Okay, I was just curious as to why that was on there, and now to the question probably to you, Michelle. The IPS, because there's, I hear it kind of all over the map as the timeline of that. Is that something that starts more in middle school? Is that something that starts in elementary? Or is that something, high school? When do we expect to see that IPS for that student? I mean, I have my opinions, but I want to know what the department's guidance is on that.
So I might jump in there because it's a little bit outside of Michelle's area. We require it to start no later than 8th grade. We would prefer it start as early as they enter school. And I say this because in elementary, you can't envision what you may want to become if you have no schema to do that. So field trips are extremely important, guest speakers, just exploring, and then that would go on into middle school. But they must have it no later than 8th grade.
Okay, since that's a big part of this, that's the reason I asked that question. And I would wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Commissioner, on the IPS guidance for starting in elementary. I'd wholeheartedly believe that, but I just want to know what the guidance was from the department. Thank you.
Any other questions regarding St. Patrick's Elementary for Michelle? Janet Waugh?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Now, they have appealed this, is that correct?
Correct.
Well, it's my understanding, from what I've read here, they've had quite a turnover in administration. In fact, the current principal started in summer of 19, correct? So this is actually his first year there, or hers. And the middle school staff has changed drastically too, which would impact this individual plan of study. So I guess I'm back to what Ben just asked about the timeline, you know, because it appears to me they worked hard with you. According to what I'm reading, they appeared very cooperative, but and now with what they're facing, so I guess how would you respond to all that? I
They,
mean,
they have. They've been in communication with us. They've had tremendous turnover administratively, staff-wise, et cetera. To that end, again, we are compassionate, if you will, in working with them, but it's our goal that they have implemented the requirement of that IPS for all of their students, that change in staff, change in administration wouldn't alter that for students. So we remain, and we'll do everything we can to connect them with resources here to help them do that. They've been, Jeanette, do you want to speak any more about, she's constantly in contact with this system.
So, sorry, I can't speak through this. So they have been quite involved this year. When they noticed that they did not have an IPS, they immediately went and have purchased a program to be able to implement the IPS. But as the ARC took a look at this, purchasing a program doesn't mean that it will be implemented. And actually, in their view, in light of COVID, how will they be implementing this and will they be successful? So they wanted to just keep it in their forefront that this was something that it was a board goal and that it needed to happen. It's very easy right now because of COVID to also just let things kind of go by the wayside, and they didn't want them to be later on not accredited because they did not do their work that they needed to do. And so this was one of the ways that they kept that in process to say, this is what you need to do. Now, if you understand, the IPS came into effect back in 1917-18 to be into place, and what we did with the private schools at that point in time, because they did not get the information in a timely manner, we told them you don't need to have it in place in 17-18. You need to make the awareness, train your teachers, let them know. Then we ended up saying, find your product, tell us what you're going to do, and then by the third year, implement. Well, it hasn't been implemented yet, and I know that there has been that change. The district, the diocese is very aware, and we have been working because most of these systems are advanced ed systems as well. One of the things with the Catholic schools is that they do their IPS, if you will, through tithing and faith and talent. And so we have tried to end up working with them. How does that work into a more structured focus on IPS? Because the whole idea about IPS is to take that information with that student when they go into high school, right? I mean, it transfers with them. And so we have been trying to do some structure with them for that, and that's what they're working on right now.
Okay, thank you both. This will come back to us next month as an action item with St. Patrick's, so thank you very much. Okay, board members, we're going to take a quick break. We're scheduled to be back if we can be back as close to 11:20 as possible. That doesn't give us much time. And again, the item will not be on teacher vacancy supply. It will be an extension item on KISA, and I'm guessing, Randy, you're probably going to lead that conversation. So if you get back as close to 11:20 as you can. Thank you. KISA. We'll come back to item 10, which we made the adjustment on the agenda earlier about the extension on KISA. So item 11 has to do with the reading specialist. And in your packet, this is page 75, so if you want to kind of take a look at those. And this was presented last month as far as the agenda items are concerned. So as we get this up online, turn this over to Catherine. Welcome.
Reading specialist, teacher preparation standards for your vote. Just a reminder, the preparation program standards are used by the colleges and universities of higher ed to prepare their candidates and to design their programs and then to monitor those programs for alignment to those standards. There are two types of the higher ed program standards: the professional ed standards that you looked at the beginning of this revision process that go across every license and endorsement area, and then the content-specific standards that are for each individual content area. And I can turn it over to Kathy Sanders from Fort Hays State, who was chair of the revision committee for this, if you would like a summary of the changes made.
That'd be great. Yes, yes. Welcome.
Welcome. Nice to be here again. Yes, just to reiterate and to review, our team looked at the new 2017 International Literacy Association standards and updated our wording to reflect the new standards for the International Literacy Association, and then reviewed the International Dyslexia Association standards and realized that they really closely aligned with each other, and so added all of the wording from the International Dyslexia Association standards and functions to what was in the International Literacy Association to make a very strong statement for the reading specialist standards for the state of Kansas. This also created a new standard that regarded clinical experiences, and between both the International Literacy Association and the International Dyslexia Association requirements, this will provide a very rich and larger coverage of clinical experiences for this program. So we are very pleased to present this to you at this time.
Do you have any questions for Dr. Sanders?
Okay, board members, any questions? Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we go forward with this, what percent of students do you think will be ultimately or generally referred to our reading specialist, as opposed to the majority of students who will not require special interventions? What percent of the folks are we dealing with here? Is it greater than 15%?
We have a number of groups that will be or have been adding the dyslexia standards to their programs, which includes the early childhood, elementary, secondary English language arts, the reading specialist, and special education, which would really cover quite a large population of teachers in the state of Kansas. I would not have specific numbers.
Thank you.
Ben Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Quick question, on the, I didn't catch the clinical experience. Is that a semester? Is that throughout the thing?
It
How
is
long is the
weeded,
clinical
it is,
experience?
yes, throughout the entire program. There are different, each institution will do it similarly, but will have their own requirements. But there is a requirement to have clinical experiences that are rich and comprehensive, which means that are from pre-K all the way through 12th grade, that there are experiences that will deal with all of the standards. And these field experiences with this new standalone clinical experience will be much richer than they have been in the past. So we're very pleased with that.
So is there a minimum amount required?
There is for the International Literacy Association, which really asks for 150 hours worth of clock hours, that is, worth of clinical experiences in multiple standards and in multiple levels of education. So those are within each one of the standards, with the exception of standard number 1. With the dyslexia standards, the majority of those standards say no and apply. So the application part of those functions within the standards would be part of the clinical experiences.
Okay, I appreciate that answer, because I had missed that entirely when I read through them. And
Okay.
with
It's
that,
the application part of it, which are threaded throughout the standards.
yeah, it didn't surprise me, but until you pointed out in the thing, I wouldn't have caught it. So, in that case, I move that the Kansas State Board of Education approve the new educator preparation program standards for reading specialist pre-K 12.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Jean Clifford. Any further questions? Okay, if not, we'll take a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, that looks like a 10-0 to me. So exciting information. It's great to see that reading specialist get updated, and looks like a lot of really good new adds to that. So really appreciate that. Thank you very much, and thanks to our folks who are online via Zoom. Appreciate that.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Okay, our next item, we're going to go back to item number 10, which again was a replacement from earlier. And this has to do with a possible action on suspension of KISA activities for fall of 2020. And Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I know that we have some of the physicians who are getting online. We're going to be recognizing them at 11:45, so we may want to pause at that time and then come back just before lunch and continue this process. So, based upon the travels that I talked to you about earlier this morning, it's become clear that there's many challenges for our school districts to sort through. As I mentioned, I firmly believe by the end of this week, early next week, the systems that are starting today will start to experience those challenges, and maybe even earlier. Michelle, we talked about maybe a challenge already happening. One of those is the accreditation that would be happening this fall. And so I think Gina and I talked on that trip, and after listening to people, and wondered, should we possibly allow, not force, because some districts will want to go on, just like other things, but allow a pause for districts that wanted to pause this semester, not have a visit. And the reason this is coming to you so quickly is because when we suspended in the spring visits, if they couldn't get them in, we said you have to do that by October. Well, that was when we thought everything would be fine in August. Things aren't fine in August. So now what we're finding are some systems, not all, because some went ahead and had their visits, are trying now to schedule a visit in September, and they're finding it almost impossible to focus on anything other than making sure what's the gap that kids had, what do we need to do to help them, and then how do we keep school open? So the possibility is you would have the authority to allow districts that wanted to take an extra year in the KISA process, meaning they could send to Michelle and Jeanette, we want to pause this year, or at least this semester, and want to then continue after that. It's not a abandonment of anything. It's a pause in that. There would be some things that we would want them to do. We certainly would want them to do a narrative of what happened to students over the COVID time, social, emotionally, and academically. Put that in your narrative. I think Jeanette also spoke to tell us what has occurred during the COVID that you've experienced. So there wouldn't be anything not done this year or this semester. It would just be those narratives about what they have experienced and how they're trying to accomplish their goals. If districts already had the visit and they already wanted to continue, and some are accelerating, we would go ahead and allow that. So this is a combination of saying we're allowing it, we're not forcing it for districts that feel like that they're behind the 8 ball. I would, if you like that, we would need approval. Otherwise, they're going to have visits before October. I'd really hoped that we'd come off the road. I'd come back and say to Michelle and Jeanette, can we put something together for the board in October? But when we learned that by October, these systems will have been forced to have a visit that didn't have one in the spring, that would have defeated the purpose of trying to look at some assistance. So that's why it's coming to you so quickly and not more in a systematic way. If you like this, you would have to suspend the rules, and Mark can lead you through that, because you would need to approve this for the fall semester. And then I would ask that Michelle and Jeanette would come back to you both in October and say, here's what the requirements would be. And then also in January, so we could reevaluate where are we at with the pandemic going forward. Again, this is caused by the school district's reaction to the pandemic. And I'd be happy, Jean, I know, again, you heard many of the same things. So if Jean has some other things to comment on, or I'd be happy to answer any questions, Madam Chair. And I disrupted Michelle's, who probably disrupted Jeanette's holiday weekend, because I thought I got to talk to her. We're headed quickly, more quickly than any of us would have liked.
We've got a couple questions. Janet Waugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a good idea, first of all. I just want to say that. I think this to me, because I think our districts are, I agree with what you said about boards and administrators. They can't do anything right, and so they're really challenged at this time. So I think this is a wonderful option. But I just want a clarification on one thing you just said. You said that the districts that were requesting this would have to make a report on the impact of COVID to Michelle. But I think that might be something we need from all districts.
No,
Okay.
It is.
Okay.
They have to write a narrative of this year that would be required of all districts. I'm saying that would still stay. So we're not waiving that. That's a normal practice, and we would ask them to describe a little bit different about not only their goals, but the impact of those goals as it relates, as COVID has had on them.
I think that's extremely important because God forbid we ever have this again.
No, but we have to learn, even if we don't, Janet, we have to learn right now, when we come out of this, what has been the damage and how do we rectify that? Because I can just tell you anecdotally, what I am hearing of the people that have assessed, so again, we're talking about thousands of kids are going to be assessed here in the next couple of weeks. Special ed kids and young kids have regressed more than older kids and non-disabled kids. And in fact, some anecdotal, we've got to get more data sets, would indicate that the regression for the older kids that are non-disabled has not been all that great, but it's been much greater for the young kids and the disabled kids. So I want to get more data sets, which we'll get as the Johnson County and Sedgwick County, Shawnee County schools get back. So this, again, if Rolla said we're good, we're going to still continue to go, or Wichita, they could continue to go. We're not saying everyone stop, but for those that feel like we just can't get our breath, we just need a little bit of help, this would give a reprieve for this semester.
Michelle Dombrowski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that was my question, I guess, earlier, is for the ones that we maybe conditionally credited or whatever today, are they going to be that much more overwhelmed with that on their plate, trying to catch up, and then all the other stuff
Yeah.
going forward? And then my other thing in the back of my mind, I'm thinking about a teacher that assigns a book project or whatever it is, and they allow the kids more time. Are the kids going to work on that throughout that process, or are they going to wait again until the last minute and say, so it's kind of like, I'm giving you a year, well, then we're gonna wait till that last second, in that last hour, and then we're gonna finish our stuff and, rattle it together so we have something for them. I just want to make sure we're not allowing that to happen. So
Well,
I had two questions.
so interesting. You know what I found teaching high school students for a number of years, Michelle, is they're not any different than adults. Maybe you could say the same about third grade, but you could still have a chance to change them. As adults, we get a little bit locked in, but right, adults do that, kids do that. So we would have to have some precautions that they don't do that. The other side of it, conditionally accredited, which occurred, we've got to have some grace there too, as how much time do they need? Do they have the capability of dealing with it? If they don't, it would be the same thing. We'd be trying to help them through this. The systems that you're accrediting now would still be coming to you from last year because that work's already been done. It's just the ARC going through those. So hopefully that answered your question.
Jim McNeese?
Madam Chair, as a point of clarification, are you asking us for an action item today?
We will have an action item. We will have to vote first to suspend the rules.
Correct. That's what I was asking.
So, yeah, we'll have to do that first.
Thank you.
Ben Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two quick questions. Does this delay apply to those schools already fully accredited? So like the Wichita, like we did earlier this year? Does this add another year to the cycle, or does this only apply to the districts that have not yet gone through KISA fully?
No, it would apply to anyone at any cycle that they're currently in.
Okay.
And they would have to notify us whether they're going to want an extension or whether they want to continue.
So those that are like the Wichita Catholic Diocese, which were last year, they're in year one of the cycle. It could end up being a 6-year cycle.
Yes.
In that regard. And is this a way to possibly alleviate the 2022 mega load?
It may help spread it out a little bit. We honestly don't know, Ben, because it would be a voluntary, you could do it or not do it. I just think accreditation is something that is entirely your purview, and it's something you could give some relief to. And again, we heard that some school districts need some relief. So I don't know what the number would be.
Yeah, and I would say anything that we can, especially with accreditation, just give some grace and some fluidity for right now to get through the virus is a good thing. And I don't know how you want to proceed, Madam Chair.
And I wouldn't want to get it too far out. That's why I would ask you to have Jeanette and Michelle come back in January, because if we have a vaccine and it looks like we're coming out, you may want to say, okay, we gave some grace and now it's time to, let's get going again. There's this balance that we're all trying to find. And it's really difficult we don't want to give up any of our goals and the speed, and yet we have to acknowledge the realities of what we're faced with.
Okay, we do have a motion, but we're going to need to have a motion to suspend the rules first. So, Mr. Porter?
I move that we suspend the rules.
Okay, do we have a second? Jim McNeese. All in favor to suspend the rules in order to vote on this action item today, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 10-0. Okay, the action item, Jean Clifford, I believe she has that, and we'll read that for us. And then board members, you may have questions after she reads this.
Because of the pandemic caused by COVID-19, it is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education allow public and private systems as a voluntary option to suspend Kansas education system accreditation activities through the fall semester of 2020, or to continue in the KISA process as normal. The board directs KSDE to have the systems report social, emotional, and academic data this fall into their narrative reports for this year, and further directs KSDE to report back to the state board in January 2021.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Dina Horst. Okay, now, board members, do you have other questions you'd like to ask Randy since the motion's been read? Michelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So do we have a percentage of, just from going out into Kansas? No one's really, like a
I don't know that we would. We can certainly, I think, get a pretty good idea in October because we'll put this out. I think we ended our superintendent conversations last Thursday, but I think this Thursday we're headed toward another one if we take some action like this, so we can start to get a feel and explain to them what their options are. I don't have a sense, and I don't know, even Gene, I would say maybe from the ones we visited, half, but that's a pure guess,
Okay.
Michelle, so I may be entirely wrong. Do you have a sense?
I'd probably say about, a little bit more than a third, probably, at this point.
All right, thank you.
Other questions, board members, before we vote? Mr. Roberts?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Do you anticipate that a simple declaration that they had turnover or change in staff, whether it's management or teacher force, will be the crux of people's justification for leniency or, for a better word, grace?
I hope not. I really hope, because any system should have a long-term plan. I really hope it's the complex puzzle they're trying to put together with just trying to have school and then not being able to really do much more around that. Now, it may be, well, we have a new superintendent too, or we had 3 board members change over. But what we heard wasn't so much that change. What I'm hearing is today we lost our kindergarten staff. We just we're thinking about getting them back, and we just got everything going. And by the way, it was the first day of school that happened. And 3 kids just tested positive, and 1 tested positive while you're here. And now I got to quarantine those. And that's what they're in. They're in that churn. Jean, I think, yes.
Jean?
I just wanted to add that another aspect of this that I heard is that they were concerned about the integrity of the data that they were collecting, because this is not a usual year. And so some of that data may not be the same as what it would have been had we not experienced COVID.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to ask that we go ahead and vote. So the vote, anybody need the motion read again? Are we good? Okay. We'll ask to vote on the motion that Jean read and Dina seconded. So all in favor, please raise your hand. It looks like a 10-0 to me. So we'll have some information back in October as far as details and some additional information there.
Thank you. And we just now scheduled our superintendent Zoom for Thursday at 12:30. Because, and I want to again apologize. We don't like to take things this fast. But when we learned that if we didn't take it in September, things would be in place and already be a little bit too far. So thank you.
Okay, agenda item number 12 today is a recognition of medical professionals serving as resources for navigating change. And I believe we've got a lot of people on Zoom today. So people will be popping up as we come on. I see you all there. Welcome, welcome. We're glad to have you.
Look at this. They're all getting on now.
Yeah, it's a great group. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are thrilled today to get to be joined with you, these medical professionals that have been assisting us through these most interesting times. This is the State Board of Education. We appreciate all the information you've brought to us. And I know Randy's going to take some time and introduce you, or let you guys introduce yourselves, as we take just a few moments of your very valuable time for us to extend thanks to you. So I'll turn it over to Commissioner Watson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And people on the screen, thank you so much for your service. everywhere I go, we talk about navigating change and how almost 1,000 Kansans volunteered. And we're always humbled by the number of educators and parents and other staff that step up. In this case, I'm even more overwhelmed by the KDHE staff and the medical professionals across our state that said, you know what? These are our kids. These are our grandkids. These are the people we see in our own offices every day in clinic. We want to help. We want to step up and we want to help. And I will tell you that it's not without a lot of arrows. They didn't have to do this, but they did it because they firmly believe that we can have school and it can be safe, and that it's tough, but that it can be done. And so, Ashley, I'm going to start with you because Ashley Goss is well, I'm just going to introduce you, and then I want you to tell a little bit about your title, who you are, and then I may add a few things about all of you and the work that you've done. So, Ashley, thank you.
Yep. Hi, good morning. Can you hear me? All right, perfect. So I'm Ashley Goff, the Deputy Secretary of Public Health for the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. I have actually only lived in Topeka for 5 years. I'm actually a native to Southwest Kansas, so I'm super excited to see Dr. Burns on as well. So I was born and raised in Southwest Kansas on a farm, and I actually was at the local health department in Finney County for 11 years of my career, the 6th most recent there as the director. So public health is near and dear to my heart. I love it, and I can't imagine doing anything any different. I think coming from a local background, and especially in the farming community that Southwest Kansas is, has really been a resource to me in recognizing how different the state is. Our state is very unique. Every county is very unique. So that also makes my job oftentimes fun and sometimes challenging, to say the least. So I just want to say thank you to Commissioner Watson for including my team. One of my team members is on, our state EPI is on as well. Without her team and my public health team, we wouldn't have been able probably to do this successfully. So we're very thankful for the opportunity. As you all know, this is ever changing, sometimes by the day, sometimes by the minute. Every district looks different. We get tons of questions, but with the medical team that's on as well and our team, I think we did a really good job at rolling this out, and really appreciate the opportunity to have say in the plan, and appreciate all of you recognizing how fluid that it can be. So thanks so much for the opportunity, and we continue to look forward to working together.
And what Ashley didn't tell you is that I think we're not only on speed dial, speed text with each other, but she'll give me that, did you say this? Did you do this? Do we have this issue somewhere out in the field? And the answer generally, sometimes it's no. I mean, no, but they've just been a great partner. We're navigating this in really interesting times and people interpret it much differently. And one of the people in the agency at Kansas Department of Health and Environment, Dr. Ahmed, who's taught me more about epidemiology than I ever wanted to know back in my biology and chemistry classes. Dr. Ahmed, I'm going to turn it over to you, and thank you so much for your work on this process.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Farah Ahmed. I'm the Environmental Health Officer as well as the State Epidemiologist at the Kansas Department of Health and Environment. Thank you so much for the recognition today. I know that it actually will mean a lot to the EPIs that work behind the scenes. So we do a lot of stuff. We got to work closely with the physicians group, and we are the people that are trying to churn out the data and make that available on the dashboard, whether it's for the school gating metrics or for any of the other kind of metrics to help local officials make local decisions. So I hope that it is useful to everyone. And then we are, of course, going to work with schools and school nurses on the ongoing upcoming challenges for how do you properly isolate and how do you properly quarantine and what is a good plan for testing. And so we will work through all of these challenges together. It is an interesting time, but thank you again.
Thank you so much, and thanks to everyone at, again, Department of Health and Environment, because your work has been terrific. You know, I'm looking at my screen, now I'm going to start calling on the medical professionals, and so Dr. Harris, Dr. Coleman, I'm going to start with the two of you, because I think the contact originally came from the two of you saying things like, can we work together? And then I think, if I remember, even with KDHE, our first really interesting argument was, how many kids can we put on a 72-passenger bus? I think we started with 6, and then we negotiated from there. As school people tried to work with the medical professionals, again, to keep it safe, but to have school. So I don't know, Dr. Coleman, you want to go first, and then Dr. Harris, and then we'll work our way. And I won't, you know, maybe some of you have some relation, some you know, what I call Kansas contacts, meaning we all know each other in some capacity. And Dr. Coleman, you may know some people here on the state board in a different capacity. So welcome, and again, thank you for reaching out to me and saying, can we work together on this?
Not sure if you can hear me. Is my microphone working? Okay, good. Yeah, it's been a little temperamental, but no, thank you so much. So I help facilitate the Kansas COVID Work Group for Kids, which is made up of these amazing physicians that you guys see on your screen. I have a really easy job because they're so talented, but we are really, as you said earlier, felt invested to help our kids get back in school and help at the state level. And we just really appreciate the opportunity that you gave us to collaborate with you and with KDHE. I think it meant a lot to us to be able to feel like we were kind of helping in this pandemic. I think early on we were real busy in pediatrics, luckily, because we weren't seeing a lot of kids sick with this illness. So we were trying to find a ways that we could invest our time and give back to our community. So we really appreciate the opportunity to collaborate with you guys. Thank you.
Dr. Harris?
Yeah, I think my dogs might introduce themselves here in a minute also, hoping they stay quiet. So yeah, I'm a pediatrician at KU in Wichita, and I work with adolescents pretty exclusively in my clinical practice. And so certainly in that realm, as well as a parent of 3 kiddos in the public school system, it's just, I think all in pediatrics have long thought that education is a huge partner, and kids do best when they're supported in every facet of life. So I echo what Stephanie said. You know, thank you for the opportunity to work with you guys. Thank you for being willing partners and being flexible. And, you know, we're all learning in this together, and we just want to do what's best for the kids. So we appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you. Now I'm going to kind of just go from my screen. So let me just take a look here. Dr. Siri, could you introduce yourself, please, and thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Amy Siri. I am a pediatrician with Ascension Via Christi in Wichita. I serve as the pediatric section chair for both St. Joseph and St. Francis campuses. I'm also a faculty member for the Via Christi Family Medicine Residency Program. I just really want to again say thank you and echo the words of my colleagues. Early on, we heard not enough pediatric representation voices at the table for many groups. And I think a collective frustration brought us all together to say, no, children do need representation, and there's things that we can do to help. And I really appreciate that you gave us that opportunity.
Thank you very much. Dr. Burns?
Good morning. Yes, I'm Lindsay Burns. I'm an internist and pediatrician. I'm on KU faculty with the Department of Pediatrics, and I also serve as the medical director for the Finney County Health Department in Garden City.
Thank you so much for your work. And Dr. Darnauer, I'm sorry, I apologize. Darnauer, thank you.
Yep, it gets butchered all the time. You're not the first or the last. I'm Christy Darnauer. I'm a family practice physician in Sterling, Kansas. I do rural primary care, taking care of all ages. So that's my contribution, as in addition to the small town, small school perspective as well.
Thank you so much for your talents and your time. Dr. McKinney.
Hi, everybody. My name's Jen McKinney, and I am from Fredonia in southeast Kansas, a town of 2,500 people, where we have this super famous Jim Porter who sits on your board there. I taught him everything he knows. Don't let him tell you otherwise. But I've been a family physician here for about 11 years now. I was a former school board president, now just a lowly school board member. And I had the opportunity to talk with you guys before about the Fredonia Medical Academy. I am a mom of a second grader and a fourth grader, and I'm the local health officer here. So it's been very exciting. So thank you guys for allowing us to participate in helping keep kids safe.
Like all of you, we wonder what Dr. McKinney does in her spare time, but we appreciate all of your work. Dr. Tran kind of saved you for last because you've always kind of brought this home for all of us, I think, and just held it all together. So thank you for your work on this.
Well, thanks for having us here today. Again, I'm Paul Turan. I'm a pediatric hospitalist with KU Pediatrics in Wichita and at Wesley Children's Hospital. I think so I grew up in Wichita. I'm a product of Wichita Public Schools, and I have two daughters who are in Wichita Public Schools and a third one that will be soon. And as some of you guys might know, my parents were both in education and education leadership in the state of Kansas. So a lot of that probably drove me to becoming a pediatrician. And then when we had the chance to kind of combine and partner with all of you at the state level and KDH&E and KSD and local districts, it has just been great to build these connections and do what we can to help the kids in Kansas. So thank you for allowing us to do that.
Well, again, thank you. I know there are lots of other people that contributed to this, and I don't want to leave them out. But so please pass along our thanks and just heartfelt thank you to the volunteer time that you gave to serve the kids and the families of Kansas. I don't know if this can happen, if this happens in Texas or California, big states. I don't know. But I know it's what's really kind of fun, I think, in Kansas, you just pick up the phone, you make a phone call, or Dr. Harris, in your situation, you just ask the superintendent to walk down the street and have a conversation. And from that, I think you've put together for this board and all across Kansas some excellent gating criteria that continues to be refined and looked at, and trying to give guidance for how school districts can bring students back and be safe and still have school. So Madam Chair, this is, we want to put a face to these family physicians and pediatricians and epidemiologists and public health people that have been working on your behalf for many, many months.
We do have a couple board members who have a couple questions or comments, and then I'll add in also. So Mr. Porter.
I just wanted to correct something because actually I taught Jen everything she knows instead of the other way around. But I wanted to make a comment about that. And I consider Jen a friend, and she indicated that she was our county health director, whatever you call it. And I noticed that every time, and they've done an extremely good job of keeping the community informed. And every time she keeps the community informed, somebody criticizes her. And I find that every good deed does not go unpunished. And I'm sure that most of you are having the same experience. You have taken leadership roles, you have done what is best for kids, you have done what is best for us, and has helped us out considerably. And there's criticism that goes with that. And I apologize for the fact that there is criticism, but admire you greatly for doing what you're doing. And I am not going to accuse you of elder abuse, in my case, Jen, anymore.
Thanks, Mr. Porter.
Okay, Ben Jones.
Thank you. And for all those that are wondering, yes, Dr. Darnauer lives 2 blocks from me. But she is not my personal physician, so she didn't have any information on me. But she does practice with mine, so I better be somewhat good. But I do want to, again, extend my thanks to all the work that you guys do, and it was a good mixture from across the state of Kansas, size and expertise. And because practicing in a small community, Christie, like Sterling, where the doctors go to the same schools and their parents too. And I think you got kids in the elementary school. I don't think you have anybody at the secondary yet. Do you? No, yet. But to have that look across the state, and I think it was a well-balanced look that we have today from Wichita to the small communities, from Garden City in southwest Kansas to Fredonia, to Jennifer that's going to give us lots of dirt on Jim Porter. But I can do that on my own, by the way, on that one. So again, I want to extend my thanks and appreciate all the work that you guys do. And I'll see you at the grocery store, Christy.
Jean Clifford.
I too just wanted to thank you because not only have you enabled us to prepare guidelines that have kept our students and our staff safe, but you've also helped our parents and people who have students in the schools feel so much better that while their students are in our schools and while we're still doing school this fall, that those kids are safe and that we've done everything we need to do to prepare for that. So thank you, because I think your reach has gone so far out into our state, not only with the Department of Education, but all of our districts and all of our communities. Thank you again.
And just a final comment or two. When this pandemic began to hit, it's certainly a worldwide pandemic, but when we began to look at our response, we wanted to have Kansas expertise. And so to reach out and to have you all volunteer your services and your expertise to the kids of Kansas is just invaluable. Not only the kids of Kansas, but our teachers, our parents, all of our administrators, and of course, as we all know, the work is not done. Many of our kids are back in school. A lot of them started back today. So this is going to ebb and flow. We know that, and I'm sure we'll probably be reaching out to you again and say, okay, what do we do now? So hopefully this is an ongoing dialogue, and we can continue to work together on these public health issues, and hopefully we'll get this thing to where we can function with it a little bit better in the not too distant future. But on behalf of all the board members, thank you so much for what you have done to help us to give good guidance to our school districts, and to help us help our kids and help our teachers and help our parents to get our kids back in school, or at least back to learning. So thank you very much, and we just really appreciate everything that you've done to help us and help our Kansas kids. So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, board members, with that, we will recess for lunch. Now, we're back at 1:15 today. That's a little earlier than usual. So we'll be back at 1:15, and I'm not even sure what's at 1:15. Okay, we recognize some of our child nutrition programs. So we'll be back this afternoon. Thank you very much. Agenda item number 13, which is the recognition of the Kansans Can Best Practices Award for our child nutrition programs. We've got a lot of great honorees this afternoon, and we'd like to welcome Cheryl Johnson here, who's going to lead us through this presentation. So welcome.
And Commissioner Watson. We are thrilled to be here. Jill Ladd, Assistant Director, is joining me today to help with the presentations. We do have quite a few, so we're going to go every other one just because of the masks and being able to talk. Our honorees are online on Zoom, which you're going to be able to see. And we will be having them speak and introduce the people in their chat room as we go with each award, so that way they can be kind of front and center. But we'd like to start by saying that how thankful we are that you all allow us to honor folks with Best Practice Awards each year. This is our 4th year of doing that. We appreciate the State Board's support of child nutrition programs, and we are just so thrilled to be able to share with you best practices from some of our most outstanding school districts and community organizations in Kansas. So without further ado, we will begin with our Kansans Can Implement Innovative Meal Pattern Strategies Award. We have one school district this year receiving that award. Wamego USD 320, would you introduce who is there? And just so we can get you up to the front, please.
Sure. I'm Laura Fales. I'm the Food Service Director. And with me is Mr. Tim Winter, our Superintendent, and Claudia McAllister, our Board President.
Welcome, and thank you for joining us today. So Wamego USD 320 are being awarded the Kansans Can Implement Innovative Meal Pattern Strategies. Because of the unanticipated school building closures in March, Wamego Unified School District 320 switched from cafeteria meal service to a grab-and-go model with 4 sites and a home delivery model with less than 24 hours notice. Wamego stepped up to the challenge to continue to serve delicious meals in a grab-and-go format that included fresh vegetables, fruits, and fresh baked breads using a leading industry bagging system. Parents reported children were trying new foods, and breakfast participation increased 249% because of the exceptional food quality of the grab-and-go meals. Congratulations to Wamego for this wonderful honor. Our next award criteria was Kansans Can Serve Local Foods. We have 2 winners in this category, and so if Haven USD 312 could unmute themselves and introduce who's in their room.
Hi, everybody. I have Michaela Powers, head cook at Haven High School, Kathy Cooper, one of the cooks at Haven High School, and our superintendent, Clark Weedle, and I am Cherie Dones, food service director.
Thank you, Cherie. Going Green took on new meaning at the Haven High School greenhouse in Haven USD 312. By mid-March, the greenhouse was in full production and growing enough kale, romaine lettuce, and microgreens to support student demand in the school lunch program. Students not only grew the fresh greens, but also grew to love the fresh produce offered on the salad bar. Congratulations, Haven, USD 312, the whole team.
Thank you.
And now Elk Valley, USD 283. Could you come front and center and introduce yourselves?
Hi, my name is England Porter. I am a science and math teacher, and I did math and or science enrichment with elementary schools to do the garden. And this is Belinda Coral. She is the food service director here at Elk Valley.
Thank you for joining us today. Elk Valley USD 283, students put fresh local foods on the plate in child nutrition programs from the on-campus garden and VOAG classes in Elk Valley USD 283. Working year-round in the garden and raising pigs, students at Elk Valley provided fresh produce and pork for breakfast, lunch, and the summer food service program. Produce grown and donated to district food service included onions, kale, tomatoes, squash, cucumbers, green beans, salad greens, carrots, beets, melons, and more, which saved the district more than $500 in food costs. Participation in meals increased more than 30% because of the quality of the student-grown foods. Congratulations to Elk Valley. Our next category is Kansans Can Provide Outstanding Customer Service. Today we have Topeka USD 501 joining us and will be receiving this award. If you'd like to introduce yourselves now, that would be great.
Hi, I'm Nikki. I'm the director of the Child Nutrition Program, and this is Chris Wagner with me, and he is in charge of the summer feeding program.
Welcome, 501. Good to see you there.
Thank
So USD 501 developed strong community partnerships, and that was key to ensuring that children had access to nutritious foods when schools closed this spring because of COVID-19. Through innovative outreach strategies, Topeka USD 501's Chris Wagner and Nicole Hankey worked with churches, libraries, civic organizations, and local businesses to maximize communications and increase access to meals beginning in March and continuing through the summer, even expanding meals to 7 days per week throughout the summer. They reported an 83% increase in summer meals from June 2019 to June 2020. And believe me, they were serving a lot of meals already last summer. So way to go, USD 501. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now could McPherson, USD 418, identify yourselves?
Hello.
Hi, Bill.
Hi.
Are you there by yourself in the room?
I am.
Okay, very good.
Well, thank you for joining us today, Bill. So customer service is alive and well in central Kansas. Not only did McPherson USD 418 serve summer meals at 5 sites throughout the McPherson community, but the district provided meals to children in surrounding communities when other school districts ended meal service in May. Under the leadership of Bill Froese, McPherson served more than 151,731 meals through July of 2020, a 1,360% increase over last summer. So congratulations, Bill and McPherson USD 418.
And now Wood Mays, USD 266. You're getting several awards, but we want to especially honor the maintenance department at this point. So Megan, could you get everybody introduced, please?
Yes. I am here with Bob Grover and Stan Starkey from the maintenance department, and Jonah Pudi is also absent today. And then we have Richard Bell, the Assistant Superintendent of Operations.
Thank you very much. So the Mays USD 266 Maintenance Department provided exceptional internal and external customer service during the 2020 unanticipated school closure emergency feeding. Under the leadership of Joe, Stan, and George, maintenance staff members worked alongside food service staff members to implement a positive experience for kids participating in curbside meal pickup. Maintenance staff members moved refrigeration, loaded meals in cargo vans, and more. Most memorable was the maintenance team initiating costumes and wearing them to entertain the community at meal distribution. So thank you very much for that partnership. Such a great idea. I heard many times that those folks handing out the meals and by having the costumes that was their connection with the school. And it made kids really feel calmer and not quite as scared with what was going on with COVID. So really great, guys. Thank you. Now we have the Kansans Can Step Up to Lead Awards. And our first honoree would be First Choice Support Services. And Mindy, would you like to introduce the two folks you nominated for the award, please?
I am nominating Sierra Sheets and Mercedes Morgan.
Thank you for joining us today, ladies. First Choice Support Services had 2 staff members stepped up to lead during the past year by implementing innovative services. Sarah Sheets took initiative to develop monthly newsletters in Spanish to increase provider understanding of child and adult care food program procedures and help them gain knowledge of best practices. Mercedes Morgan took the initiative to create online trainings during COVID-19 that promoted CACFP educational tools and best practices, as well as practical information on implementation of CACFP regulations. Congratulations, First Choice Support Services.
Now, it is my great privilege to honor and recognize the folks who were on the Navigating Change 2020 Food Service Operations Committee. As you all know, we needed folks out in the field who are actually on the ground doing the work to help prepare the information for their fellow Kansans to be able to approach this school year with all the changes. So we have members. First of all, I would like to honor Jessica Yonker, the chair from Hayes USD 489. Jessica, could you wave and say hello to everyone? And who's there with you today, Jessica?
I have my superintendent, Ron Wilson, and assistant superintendent, Shannon Dinkle, with me.
Well, thank you very much for allowing Jessica the time to chair this committee. It took a great deal of research and then time to develop the considerations, working together as a group. So true appreciation. Thank you very much, Jessica. Joining her on the committee, we have Nancy Kokenhauer, Shawnee Mission USD 512. Nancy, could you introduce yourself, please?
Hi, I'm Nancy with Shawnee Mission Schools.
All right. Nancy brought expertise of a large school district in a metro area. She was just awesome at putting in new research and as things changed, getting that inserted. And we truly needed input from our very large districts as well as our smaller ones. So thank you, Nancy, so much. We appreciate you. And then talking about some of our smaller districts, we have Connie Kimsey from Cherokee USD 247. Are you there, Connie?
Yes.
Can you introduce who you have with you today?
Yes, I have my superintendent, Dr. Brad Meyer, with me.
Thank you very much for allowing Connie to be a part of this committee. We appreciated very much her expertise on what works on the ground in our small school districts in Kansas. All of these folks on the committee just did an exceptional job stepping up to lead. Thank you, Connie. And we have Lori Campbell from Silver Lake USD 372. Lori, are you there? I don't know if she was able to join us today. Well, yeah, she probably is. We're busy. How about Tracy from Burlington USD 244? Are you there, Tracy?
Yes, I'm here.
There, I see you. Good. You came up to the center. Would you like to introduce yourself and your guests?
Yes, I'm Tracy Moore. I am the board clerk for USD 244 Burlington, and I also have here with me Diana Hess. She's our food service director.
Well, Tracy brought the perspective of the board clerk working in conjunction with the food service director, and that was invaluable as we prepared the guidance considerations. So thank you so much, both to Tracy and Diane. Great job. And last but not least, we had Megan Bernard from Mays. You met just a little bit ago. Megan was one of the food production supervisors in Wichita prior to taking on the job of food service director in Mays. So she had experience with our very largest school district and then with a medium-sized kind of central Kansas Again, all the research, a new food service director, and she volunteered first year. She started Seamless Summer and she volunteered to be on Navigating Change. So she has a lot of enthusiasm and great ideas. So thank you very much, Megan. We appreciate you. So those were our folks with the Leadership Award for this year. Our next category is Kansans Can Increase Participation. And Jill, we need our Wamego folks to be back front and center, please.
So Wamego, and this is before COVID really hit, and we had a focus on serving and increasing the breakfast participation in our state. So Wamego definitely stepped up to the challenge. Implementation of the Second Chance Breakfast was the key to increased breakfast participation at Wamego High School. The addition of Second Chance Breakfast not only increased total participation by 139% in the school breakfast program, data from the first year indicates that more students in the reduced price and paid categories are also eating breakfast. So thank you for all that you have done to increase breakfast participation in your district.
Thank you.
That food quality was just amazing in Wichita. So I don't know, but if you all saw, but Senator Moran visited Wamego this summer and helped hand out meals and was so impressed with the quality of the food and your operations. So kudos to Wamego. Haven USD 312 is back in the limelight again with another award. They had changes to their school day at Haven High School that created challenges for students to eat a healthy breakfast at the start of the school day. So they also took a proactive approach that doubled their breakfast participation by implementing Second Chance breakfast between first and second hours at the high school. So not only are they working and having their local foods, they're also working on increasing breakfast participation and have done an amazing job. Congratulations, Haven.
Thank you.
Have we had anyone from Southern Lyon County join us today on the Zoom? Wonderful. You guys want to unmute and introduce yourselves?
I'm Shane Carr, principal of Opie Junior High School, Opie Oldham.
I'm Betsy Beaker, I'm on both.
Mike Carter Bright, superintendent.
Lorraine Simon, look at Juliana Smith, freshman coordinator.
Doug Best, principal of Hartford High School.
Laura Evans, early childhood coordinator for Neosha Rapids and Opie. Anna Baum, food service director.
Well, I think you guys win the award for most people on the Zoom meeting today in one location.
That shows what a great team they have.
Yes, exactly. And you know, this does really take a team. So Southern Lyon County USD 252 implemented Second Chance Breakfast at Olpe High School in 2018 and saw a 91% increase in participation. The program was such a success that the district applied for an innovative breakfast grant for the 2019-2020 school year to implement Second Chance Breakfast at Hartford High School in 2019. And as anticipated, breakfast participation increased at Hartford by 46%. As a part of school redesign, Hartford Junior-Senior High School students helped with the Second Chance Breakfast in conjunction with their applied business class. Jane Kelly, a business teacher, and Anna Baum, food service director, worked with the students on meal patterns, inventory, and more. Congratulations on your breakfast increase in participation, Southern Lyon County. Can we have those from Liberal USD 480 introduce themselves?
Yes, Connie Votes, food service director.
Chad Meese, director of operations.
Renee Higgert, superintendent.
Welcome. Liberal USD 480 has seen success at every level by implementing innovative breakfast delivery models district-wide as a part of school redesign. The 71% increase in breakfast participation is attributed to using different approaches at different grade levels. The district implemented breakfast in the classroom in elementary schools and second chance breakfast at secondary schools. Connie Votes, food service director, has been a mentor and source of information as other Kansas school districts work to develop innovative breakfast service models and positively impact student success. Congratulations, Liberal.
Thank you.
Our next organization we're going to honor with increasing participation is Quality Care Services Incorporated. Could you introduce yourselves, please?
Yes, I'm Brooke, and I'm the executive director, and this is Jennifer. She's kind of our center specialist, and then Royanne is our homes processor and in charge of our home group.
Thank you for joining us today. Intent on increasing participation in the CACFP, Quality Care Service, previously an exclusive sponsor of daycare homes, began sponsoring child care centers in the fall of 2019. Quality Care Services increased participation in the CACFP not only by the addition of 2 daycare centers, but also increased participation of daycare homes in the underserved counties of Pottawatomie and Riley. When national participation trends for sponsors of daycare homes was headed downward, Quality Care Services growth headed upwards. Congratulations, Quality Care.
Do we have St. John's Missionary Baptist Church? Were you able to join us today? Okay, they also may be busy serving. So that brings us to our last award, which was a new one, and Megan actually suggested this award. We've always said you can suggest a new category. It's called Kansans Can Adapt for May's USD 266. So Jill, Megan, is there anyone else you need to identify there with you for this one? I think there is probably.
Yes. We have Lynette Drivo. She's the Assistant Director of Food Service. And then we also have Lynette Scott, who is absent today. And she's the kitchen manager at Mays Middle School.
Well, thank you for joining us. Lynn Scott and Lynette Drivo, Mays USD 266 food service employees, were instrumental in orchestrating the production of meals served during the spring of 2020 unanticipated school building closures. They utilized existing inventory, managed shortages from suppliers, and daily production numbers to launch the seamless summer option at Mays, which had never been offered before. They teamed up to design and perfect the process of bagging individual breakfast and lunches into a larger bag for curbside pickup of multiple days' worth of meals to minimize potential COVID-19 exposure. Mays served more than 89,049 meals using a 2-day-a-week curbside pickup model. Congratulations, Mays Public Schools.
Well, that concludes our award presentations for today. We will be mailing you a nice frame certificate for your office or in your school building, as well as posters with all of the honorees for the year. We really wish you could be here in person and we could take pictures with the board members. It's just the way it is this year. We just hope by next year we can have pictures again with you all, right?
Absolutely.
Anything else that you would like to add, Madam Chair?
Well, just our thanks to everybody. This has been starting in March, certainly a very unusual year, and will continue right now. So thanks to all of your extra effort and being able to adapt. Those increasing participation rates were pretty impressive.
They are.
Yeah, just amazing. And then the community support that everybody is able to get out there and provide support for our students and out in the communities is just really fabulous. I don't know if any board members have questions. I know some people look like they've had to have gotten off, but we really thank everybody for their work, and we know you're running already because school has started. So you've been serving like crazy, I'm sure. So thanks to you and everything you've done and everything you will do as we work to provide those good, nutritious meals for our students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Okay, we're going to move on to agenda item number 14, which is to act on recommendations for updating the dyslexia timeline and training. This is item number 14. It starts in your agenda, board members, on page 99. And I don't know, do we have a new page to hand out to folks or not? Okay, in their booklets? With the remote learning? Okay, all right. So you should have, get back on here, you should have a new handout that talks a little bit about this, and Brad is with us today and will lead our conversation through this. So Brad, welcome.
Thank you. So we brought some recommendations to you last month, and we just wanted to walk through those with you again today, as you've had a little bit of time to get some input from the field and a little time to think about dyslexia and its role and the work going into this upcoming school year. Just a reminder, in 2019, there were 4 broad recommendations that the board approved. That was pre-service requirements for dyslexia, evidence-based reading practices, the screening process for students, and then the professional learning that was to take place. What we believe we can still accomplish this year is the College of Education for standards and programs to be staffed. We believe that that timeline is still on track. They're making good progress on that. Candidates for K through 6 teaching, ELA endorsements, reading specialists, and special ed to pass an exam of their knowledge of the science of reading. We believe that is still on track for August of 21. Part of the recommendations from the Dyslexia Task Force was a tiered system of support. That is already a requirement in KISA anyway, so we believe that is already on track, because that is not unique to just dyslexia. That is a foundational piece of KISA, so school districts should have been and should still be working on that regardless. And then the dyslexia handbook, it is close to being finished, so we believe that we could have that handbook to the board no later than December of this year, so we could continue to move that forward. What is recommended in the timeline, obviously one of the biggest reasons for this change in timeline is not having a dyslexia position. That was on, we believe, there was no argument that that should have been funded from the legislature last year. I just think because of COVID, it didn't happen. So we would move the timeline, the board in July, I believe. Time flies, but you have included that in your budget recommendations for next legislative session. So we would just move that position to be funded in July of 2020, so next summer. The professional learning requirements, right now we have that they should receive 6 hours of training this year. We just moved that back to next year. We know that a lot of teachers and educators have been trained and they still have access to training this school year. We just wouldn't mandate it as part of the recommendation because of the focus. Randy visited a little bit about this morning. A lot of our training, we've heard from several districts. They had people that are trained to train their staff. They've just had to shift their training to supporting remote, hybrid, competency-based, personalized, And they moved a lot of their professional development days to the front of the school year. So we just think it's going to be a challenge for them. Those that do want to continue the trainings, it is accessible through their service centers, but it wouldn't be required for this year. Same with the universal screenings, to move that to the beginning of the 2022 school year as opposed to the 21 school year. And then the evidence-based literacy, which when we talk about that, we're really talking about structured literacy. Move that also to the beginning of the 22 school year rather than the 21 school year. The supports, we still have guidance and supports being provided to our teacher prep programs this school year as they're still on track, as I mentioned. We have trainings to educators on early literacy from Service Center and our TASN supports, our Technical Assistance Systems Network. And while timelines are moved back 1 year, professional development supports to the field will still be available throughout this school year. And just in final, we have a deep commitment to see that this happens. The two main reasons for this recommendation is one, we don't have a dyslexia coordinator. The person that's been leading this the most is our early childhood, our elementary consultant, and our focus on navigating change and helping school districts throughout this year on working with all content areas and all areas, especially socio-emotional. We've had to shift all of our consultants to supporting school districts with navigating change. And while we can still provide supports on early literacy and dyslexia, it's not the only thing that our staff is working on. It's been a considerable shift in our agency supporting our school districts with this pandemic. So I'm open for questions.
Okay, I'm certain there's going to be questions. So board members, questions for either Brad or Randy, and looks like Cindy's here also. Oh, there we go. Thank you. They weren't there a second ago. Yeah. Michelle Dombrowski. Go ahead, Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, so I have a few questions written down here. I think you've answered some of those, so I'll just, I guess I'll focus on maybe a couple, especially when it comes to colleges and teacher licensure. So do we know which colleges and universities in Kansas are now training our elementary education students with the reading instruction that would address the needs of all developing readers, including children with dyslexia? I know Pittsburgh State, I think, has like 5 service centers that they offer. Is that correct? But I'm not sure as far as the universities.
Well, thank you. Yes, currently, if anyone is graduating with an elementary education degree, they have to receive that instruction because that's part of their exam for their certificate. So all universities who offer elementary education degrees are currently doing that instruction.
Okay, so that leads to the next question then. How many teaching licenses has the Kansas Department of Education awarded this summer to new elementary ed graduates, even though they lack the crucial evidence-based reading instruction training for dyslexia?
We could try and find that answer, but I don't know the answer to that.
Okay. All right. And I guess my last thing is, did they use, which test did they use for the teacher licensure, and was it approved by the NCTQ?
I'm guessing it would be the praxis.
It was. Okay.
Yes, the praxis.
Let's see if I have any others I want to address.
And it might be a little bit till we know the answer to licenses, because this is the busiest licensing season, but
I think, Michelle, the licenses that were issued this summer would have still been outside the time frame that was adopted in November 19. I mean, that didn't have any impact on it one way or the other because the schools just implemented that this year. So we were on time, we were on pace to do that at the normal time frame.
Would there be any way to get, I mean, we're doing a lot of stuff virtually right now, just to get some for extra professionals that know that, how to teach that, access to our teachers and to our districts if they want that, or they were willing to put the
We
funding
do,
up for that?
I think Cindy can talk about the training. I asked her over the weekend, she's probably trained around 10 to 12% of teachers in Kansas herself in the spring and summer, and then the service centers can continue to train. There's just a charge for that.
Right.
And we can get in a little bit later on the difference between mandated or optional, but the training can still go on this year.
And I'm even thinking, like, I know Steve's talked about, different people, you might have all the, and I even know that with teaching swimming lessons, you can have all the credentials behind your name. It doesn't mean you're dedicated to those students in a way that we would hope that they would be. So I guess my thing would be is bring the public into this, and we have passionate parents that have taken up the time and willing to they know they funded it themselves, but figure out a way maybe in those different communities that are struggling and have a lot of students. I think I was on the Zoom call the other day with 21 just in the Blue Valley area that were very concerned on that Zoom, a couple of them from a different district, but bring those people in and just see what, I don't know, just if they're that passionate about it, which they would be if they have children that have learning disabilities, maybe that's what we need to do as well, is just so that we can get enough people out there and then to benefit all those children in there. So that's just something I would just suggest, I guess, rather than putting anything off. See if there's something that we can do in the meantime to accommodate, because there's going to be a lot of children learning virtually, then that's not going to work for those children. But I think maybe teachers could learn virtually, and there may be some experts we can bring in from outside to help them in the meantime, to get them up to speed. That's just a suggestion I have.
Okay. Dina Horst.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I received several emails, and I see the same statement or a similar statement in one of the open forum information that we received today. There seems to be a belief that the ESSER funds could be used to fund the coordinator. Could you, one of you, maybe address that? Because my understanding of that funding is that it has to be used for COVID-related expenses. And
Yes.
I don't think that the dyslexia coordinator would qualify, but if I'm wrong,
So-
please correct me.
So there was about 95 million that Kansas received, and this is rough. While I'm at the meetings, I'm not the school finance director anymore, but of the 95 million, 85 was distributed to school districts on the Title I formula. The other 8.5 to 9 million was distributed to school districts through special ed. So I know there was the question this morning, what happened to the other 8.5 to 9 million? It went directly to schools, but for special ed. We received a little bit at the State Department for administrative expenses, but it has to be as a result of the pandemic. So the dyslexia is a state initiative that started well before the pandemic. So one, we don't believe that not having a position was a result of the pandemic, but the bigger concern is that's one-time money. So you hire someone and then a year later you got to let them go or you got to find it, because it's all of it's one-time money. But the little bit we received has been going towards professional development, navigating change, but not a position, because it's, again, when you spend it, it's gone, and then we wouldn't have that person again. But the majority of what they were talking about this morning, now school districts, hiring tutors, doing summer school, that started with them using their money, but that was not our money.
Jim McNeese.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, first, I'd like to start off by thanking Jim Porter and especially the Dyslexia Task Force for their work. You started, 2 years ago, Jim? Yeah, about 2.5, 3 years ago. And in cooperation with the legislature, dyslexia has been overlooked, underserved for many years. There were always outliers who did things, but they were on their own. But the recommendations that the task force brought back to us really was a challenge to us, and still is, and to the field, to basically meet the needs of a particular group of students whose needs have not been met. And when we had approved it unanimously, we took a bold step of challenging universities, of challenging school districts, challenging teachers, leaders in our buildings, in a way that, quite frankly, doesn't happen very often in education. The passion we saw today from our parents and from teachers and students is very emblematic of the real need. And it is with a heavy heart that I listened to Dina, and we talk about money when it comes down to it. But money is in my mind right now the least of our problems. We've changed the attitude of teachers and administrators and the school culture towards dyslexia, and we put a lot of pressure on them. I went through some of the training myself, experiential training on dyslexia, to find out more, and it is revealing. It changes your perspective, and the need is real. I wish we had the money to do the person that we need to do this. But I have a feeling that the challenge to us is, with that person or without, is to keep moving forward with what we have, with the passion that we have now to make this right. We can't fix the students who have graduated. We can't fix the environment. Fix them is a wrong word. We can't fix what didn't happen in the past, but we can certainly and have changed the attitude of our professionals across the state in a way that hasn't happened before. So it started with the legislature, and it started with Jim and his committee and their passion, and the commitment of this board is that we're not going to give up. We're not walking away from this. We're going to keep pushing this forward. And though we may not meet the needs of the passionate group that was here today, this will not go away from the board table. It will not leave our agenda. It will, as long as I'm here, be a first and a priority with me that we move this forward at all costs. And Randy, our challenge is to find some money. Might not happen today, might not be through the money from the government, with COVID-19, but we should be committed to finding the solutions that will meet the needs of these students and put our plan into action. But I do want to also say much of the plan has already been, the implementation has begun or is well ahead of pace. So, Jim, thank you for your leadership and the Dyslexia Committee, and thank you to the board for changing the direction of our state as it comes to this issue, which has been ignored or left out for whatever reason, good or bad. We've changed that. We're on a new road. So thank you.
Ann Ma.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, probably like most of you, I did a survey in my area, and 100% of the administrators favored a delay. 100% of the parents did not favor a delay. And the teachers were like, man, I could really use a break, all the way to my kids can't wait any longer. I really have to have these skills. So, Brad, I have a couple of questions because I'm just concerned that we're pushing all this out, and I'm not sure we really need to, because I know I did get quite a bit of feedback that, as you said, the service centers have been doing the training right along, and it's 6 hours long. I don't know why people couldn't be trained, since they can go online and do it, over next summer and be ready the fall of 2021. Why couldn't that happen?
Because not all of the school districts access service centers. They could. I mean, that is an option. It would be at a cost to them. We were doing it for free, but again, we were just trying to piece things together with staff that we had to do that. But, you know, this morning the board voted to allow districts to pause KISA, and all of this is in KISA. And if we keep the requirement for them to have all the trainings and everything to have it in place, and they choose to pause a year, even though it is still available to them, we will find ourselves a year from now saying, then what do we do when they haven't? And we allowed them the time. So I think we got to be very thoughtful to that, but there are trainings available and we will be providing support. It's just moving the required dates back to allow more of that to be able to happen.
Okay, I'm just not sure it needs to be kicked out a whole year. The same way, I mean, so many kids are going to be doing learning online, probably almost all of them at some time. So the reading thing's even more important. And as somebody mentioned, I think one of the people from the public who came in, I mean, can we not require screenings, at least for the littlest ones, for kindergarten, first and second grade, where it's so critical that another year is critical to those kids, rather than universal, say at least you have to have these grades done?
The board could, but it's the challenge that a lot of schools are facing right now is doing all this when 1 week you're in a hybrid, 1 week you're in a full remote, so not only the professional development, but even to be able to screen and do a lot of this remotely, especially when we have teachers working remotely. While a lot of districts are prepared to provide the professional development and trainings, it's just not what they're doing right now because they've had to shift to, how do I work with students remotely? How do I work on competency-based? While we can still provide professional development on early literacy, it's just, in those that want it, it's still available. It would just be, so, don't know if I'm answering your question.
I'm just concerned that we're pushing it clear back, that no screening would be required the 21-22 school year, when we ought to, I mean, hopefully by then, things are better. Maybe we have a vaccine. We don't know. I think it's just too early to say that couldn't happen in the 21-22 school year. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Michelle Dombrowski.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You brought up something just a little bit ago about using resources. You've had staff that's had to shift around and just to accommodate this whole, during COVID and everything. And I appreciate that. I think that that's something that maybe we need to do a little bit more of. I'm thinking about the pre-K. We have to, in my opinion, we have to service the students we have. Focus on K through 12, and get those kids taken care of. Do whatever we have to do money-wise to shift some things around, and maybe not at this time, because you at the state board you kind of look at, well, we got to get kindergarten ready. A lot of these children can't even be diagnosed before 5.5. So we're not gonna know a lot until kindergarten or first grade when we do start looking at the education piece of it. So I appreciate that staff has been shifted around, and I think that that's something that maybe they need to look at for resources and money in the districts is what's our priority, taking care of the service of kids that we have or trying to expand it more on pre-K and building early childhood centers. I think as a state board, we need to look at that, and so does the entire state and different districts, and service the kids that we have. Thank you.
Janet Law?
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I agree with Jim on how important this is. I mean, this is something that's definitely been needed for a long, long time, and I hate it that we really can't do it today, or they're recommending we not do it immediately because of this COVID thing. But anyway, I have a couple of questions, or at least one. The training that is offered, how long is that training that the individual teacher would take? How long, I mean, how many hours or days or whatever?
The initial training is 6 hours that we developed, and it covers an introduction to dyslexia, what it is and is not, and then it goes into the components of structured literacy and universal screening. So we kind of give teachers an overview. It's not near enough, but it's the beginning. A 6-hour training is what
6
we've
hours of
developed.
training for the beginning, and then is there something to go further on it, or just?
Well, that
That's
was
just
the
a-
plan, to develop deeper dives into the training, but we haven't moved beyond the initial training yet. But yes, that's the plan.
Okay, and that is still available, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, then, I guess my question is, so therefore, any district that would decide that they felt they wanted to go ahead and get their staff trained in this could be doing that right now, is that correct?
Correct.
Well, then, I would suggest that would be kind of the logical thing. Let's let this thing be local right now, and everybody could get their staff trained. This is called local control. We talk about that all the time, and allow their staff to be trained if they chose that. I know some districts would probably love to do it and go ahead and do it themselves, and other districts would say, we can't handle it. I mean, and I have districts in both areas. So anyway, that's what I'd kind of like to suggest, that at this point, we make sure this is well known throughout every district, and that the districts could offer it if in fact they wanted it. And let's move forward with trying to get it implemented as soon as possible, but let us get through these challenges that we're facing now, and then look at that. Anyway, thank you.
Dina Horst?
Thank you. My knowledge of dyslexia, it was around when I was first in the legislature and was an issue. So I definitely think we need to be working, as Jim had said, and really Janet has said also, that we need to be pushing this along. My concern was with the paid position, what can we not move without that position? And I know it maybe isn't as the quality we'd like, but it seems to me that we do need to make sure as much as we can get done is done. And the positions that we may need to work toward or find a way to shuffle money, positions, job descriptions around. We need to do that. But if it is basically centered on the expense of the paid position here at KSDE, I I'm concerned that that be the big focus. I think we need to encourage districts to be proactive and be as involved as possible with finding some way for their teachers to become trained, because everything I've read, structured literacy benefits every child. So even if that is focus right now, even if a child hasn't been screened, they're going to benefit. So it seems to me that's what our focus needs to be on if we don't have the funds at this moment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Ben Jones?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a brief statement so we can stay on schedule. I went back and forth on this issue. We have a charge, and I reminded about the thing that's now behind me. Usually I get to stare at it from the other side of the room. About our kids are at the center of every board decision, and reading is the foundation for every subject level that we give. And when we have a sizable portion of our students unable to perform at the level that they need to, we need to be doing everything we can, and we've been behind this too far. However, we need to give our teachers the time to do it right, and our schools to do it right. And this was a very ambitious timeline laid out. This was pre-COVID-19. This timeline was rolled out. And I can tell you from my colleges, because you heard me talk about it while we were rolling this out, my colleges this is a really fast turnaround for us. This is really quick. And the school districts was really fast. And then COVID-19 hit in the middle of this timeline, and it blew everything up. And we have the Jason Flatt Act training that's rolled out this year, the suicide awareness, which is so needed right now, with the mental health issues taking hold of our kiddos. That we need to give some grace to our school districts to lay out a timeline. If this is a way that it's not indefinite, it's a 1-year delay for some of the requirements, not all of them. And I have a feeling that a lot of districts will see it in their best interest to move forward as quickly as they possibly can. The conversation has changed with the task force, and I see them moving forward. Just we as a department don't have the personnel right now to support those districts today, but hopefully by the end of the school year, we will have that support and figure out a way to deliver that support. Because this is a priority for the department. This is what we're in the business of. If we get the funding or not, we need to figure out a way to make it happen. And I trust our wonderful leadership between you and Randy and Dale to get that done. So I appreciate the time, Madam Chair. Thank you.
When this information first came out, I also surveyed my district. Now I realize numbers of districts, I don't have as many as you guys, but I have just as many kids. And of my 5 districts, 4 had already, I heard from 4, and 3 of those have already started implementation. They've been doing this on their own. Some of it's through a trainer model because they're big districts. Others are proceeding with it. So some of our folks are moving forward. Anyway, I have a couple of questions, and one might be either to Randy or you, Brad. I know there's a lot of talk about, the money that this costs, the position and this and that and the other. Over the last several years, are we net up or net down as far as positions within the department? Sorry to spring that on you,
Well, we
but
need Dale and Craig to give you the exact numbers, but we're net down. Plus, we've taken on social emotional. We've taken on computer science. Those are just 2 things that we've added that we did not get any funding for. And so the partnership of the committee was to get funding from the legislature. It was there. we not only advocated for it, it continues to be in our budget, and we spoke to the legislature and the governor. The virus disrupted the end of the legislative session, and it did not become the priority. So it's not that we don't want to do this, Madam Chair. I would just tell you, this is long overdue. Jim McNeese said this board mandated, you never do that. You mandated this to be done, and I think, Jim, you mentioned unanimous. I don't remember, I think it was unanimous. And we were ahead of schedule because of that lady, Cindy Haddocky, taking on 2 jobs, working herself to death, when we just didn't get the funding to complete it. So if we mandate this back, the timelines, we've tried to do, Brad, if you could go back to some of those slides, we tried to go back, we tried to say there's some things we're going to continue to go, and we just have to pause a little bit, the training, the universal screening, and the adoption of structured literacy, because it comes back to the training. I'm trying to take a long-term approach. Those kids that you saw today, that's a travesty. That's a travesty. But if we do the 6 hours of training and everyone does it this spring, that's not going to stop that. That's a base training. We're talking 5 to 8 years to get this done right statewide. Now, I think you could legitimately argue, then let's not take any time, right? As Ben said, people were a little freaked out by the speed of which this was coming at them. And I still like the speed that we were bringing to them. But it's challenging because we haven't done what we should have done for many, many years. That was a dispute with education community. Jim Porter saw that, right, for many, many years. That ship sailed. There's no more dispute. You've said, let's go forward. So we would love to go forward. I just worry that it's not going to be done well. We have no way to if they don't do it, we have no way to pull their accreditation from them, which is the only tool that you have on a mandate. And yet, I want to get this done too. So I'm taking a longer term look at this and saying, how do we ensure that this time we don't drop the ball and go back? So, Madam Chair, that's why the recommended timeline, and there's Dale. If you go back one more, Brad. That's why we said we still will do these things. We're still going to make sure that we're just not abandoning everything. We're still going to do those 4 things, and the other 3 are tied together. Forget the position, but the training, the screening, structured literacy are all tied together. I think Ann's right. We could come back to you in December and January and maybe do some of this in the summer or late in the spring. We could take a look at that. I'm just, again, for this fall, it's just tough. So, Madam Chair,
Cindy, I may have a question for you. We talked about structured literacy, and it's a pretty specific kind of a training when you work with students. I know a little bit about it, not a lot, but a little bit. And with the fact that right now, we potentially are going to be in and out of school. And the majority of this structured literacy training, I'm assuming, would primarily be with elementary kids. Some of our older kids will also. But is that training, how's that best delivered? Could it be done remotely?
Yes, direct instruction can be done in any avenue.
Okay, so it could be done remotely.
Yes.
With a regular sized class of students, or?
Yeah, again, you differentiate your instruction when you do structured literacy. So you might have some whole group lessons and a class of 20 or 25 on Zoom or whatever, or Google Hangout, that could work. But kids would be working on a skill, and then you would come back and meet with them in small group for skill-specific deficits. So yes, whole group and small group instruction could work virtually.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this is really important, but I also think it's really important we do it well. And as our teachers are working hard, we've just gotten kids I think as far as I know, most of our kids are back in school today. So I think we're going to continue to be dealing with some of these issues. This is an ambitious timeline. You know, when I first learned about structured literacy, which was called something different in Wichita 20 years ago, I mean, this is not new. But we do need to try to do the best job we can to maintain this timeline. But with this particular situation, what's going on right now, we may need to have a little bit of grace with some of this. So, Jim Porter.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. The conversation has changed because I believe our emphasis. I have been, as chairman of the Dyslexia Task Force, I've had to make several presentations over the last 2 or 3 years, and only one time did one superintendent tell me, we're teaching reading and we're doing it well. I checked, they were not. Everybody else has accepted the fact that we have a responsibility. The people that I've talked to, and I've been to the Fundamental Learning Center, I've been to K-State at some meetings, and I've been to several local groups and several service centers. The conversation has changed. I believe that the general profession recognizes the fact that we are not meeting the needs of students that are struggling readers, not just students with dyslexia, but with struggling readers, and that structured literacy is a way, or is the way, to address those issues. So I fully support the recommendations of the Dyslexia Task Force. What you heard this morning was passion. Legitimate passion, because some of the people that have been doing this have been doing it for 25 years, and they have heard from professionals, they just need to work harder. They need to wait till they're older. And now we have research that says that the optimum time to do that is before the 3rd grade. So if you wait till the 3rd grade to start, or after to start interventions, then you have missed the most optimal time to do that. What I'm concerned about is that based on the letters that we got and the conversations that we've had, people, I believe, have the perception that if we take action to delay, we're stopping the process. I mean, that is the perception. And whatever we decide today, we have to make sure that that perception is not accurate. Because regardless of what we do today, the train is running down the track. You have 2 documents. One of them that was sent in the Friday notes. That was a memorandum about my conversation with ASDAC, the superintendent at ASDAC, and the information that I got from 5 service centers. All of them were further down that track than I expected them to be. And I thought that was very, very, I was pleasantly surprised with what I heard. Work is being done, and work is being done across the state, and people are taking it seriously. Correct me if I'm wrong, Cindy, but I think that you told me something like 4,000 teachers have attended your conferences?
At the very least, yes. And then
Okay.
I've trained all the service centers as well.
So
Joanna
we're
and I have.
talking about, and then another 2 or 3 or 4,000 from the service centers. Greenbush, I haven't looked at them, but Greenbush has modules that they are making available at no cost. So I'm rambling because I don't really know where I'm going, but which doesn't surprise anybody. But I'm concerned with the perception. We have to communicate that regardless of a decision we make today, we are serious, we're not slowing down the process, we are moving forward, and that we are expecting students to be able to learn how to read and us to provide the leadership to make sure that happens. A 2nd grader is in the 2nd grade this year only. that second grade deserves the best education they can get, and we need to move as quickly as possible. So whatever we decide, whether it's mandatory or whether it's not, we need to make sure that we are pressing forward as much as possible, because we deserve that to those students. The two kids that talked this morning, I considered extremely impressed. But 60 years ago, I was that kid. And I know exactly how they feel. But I had no intervention. We need to provide the services to do that. I'm not lobbying for one position or the other. I'm just saying that the concerns that the parents that had this morning are real. Another document you have that's in the package today was the message that I sent to the members of the Legislative Task Force on Dyslexia, explaining what we were doing today. And there are 17 members of that task force, and then there are some consultants. There are about 20 to 23 people that went out to, and two of them responded. And those are the two that you saw today. I've not had any contact with the others except for Professor David Herford, who I contacted directly. So that's that perception. What I'm going to say now, I shouldn't. There was a veiled or real threat of legislative action if we didn't act today. The legislature has had 25 years to deal with this. We have made more progress in the last year than anybody else has in decades. And I'm somewhat resentful that we don't get credit for that. We just get criticized for discussing this. And that's what I shouldn't have said, but I'll probably say that again when the task force meets November the 9th before our next meeting. I'm passionate about this because I watched other people be passionate about this. I'm passionate about this because I had two sons that had trouble reading, but they finally caught on. I'm passionate about this because I see kids that are struggling that need our support, and they need it as quickly as possible. We need to make sure that the perception is that regardless of what we decide today, that we are committed to making sure that every kid in Kansas has every opportunity to be able to read successfully. Thank you, and I'll get off my high horse, Madam Chair.
Janet Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to make a motion. Because of the pandemic created by COVID-19, it is moved that the Kansas State Board of Education approve recommendations of KSDE on changing the existing timelines on dyslexia, but school districts would still have the option to adhere to all existing timelines without mandate. This issue will be revisited in January.
Okay.
Is that good enough?
Yes,
Thank you.
that's fine. Thank you. Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Jim McNeese, further discussion?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Ann? Ann Mull.
Thank you. I get the idea of giving a little grace, and I get that we can't screen kids who aren't there. But I think kicking everything out a year is premature. I mean, we can't say we're going to kick everything out and then in January decide we're going to pull it back. That would be even worse. It would be better to keep things in place or see if we can find a compromise. I don't know why we can't keep some of these in place and push out what really needs to be pushed out. So if this motion stands, I'll be voting against it, but I'd like to make a substitute motion that we take no action this month, but revisit in October and see if there's a compromise.
But if we're revisiting, let me ask Randy, if we're revisiting in January, couldn't we change it if we wanted to?
Yes, I think Ann's comments are, what message are you going to send to the field about going forward? I don't know that we're going to have any more information for you in October than we have in September. I think we may have a better insight come December or January, May. We thought that in August, versus the spring. Maybe, Ann, it's just to pause the other four. I mean, we've got four things there that we're going forward with. Pause the other four until the state board can take a look at those in January, and then see, do we want to accelerate those into the spring and summer based upon what we see?
Well, I just think telling them all that we're going to give them another year and then go, oh no, now I think we can pull it back 6 months. That doesn't make any sense to me. It would make more sense to wait to keep the goals in place right now and take a look in December
Well, Janet
and
said.
not change anything now.
Yeah, well, Janet said January.
Yeah, but it also approves these delays, right? The motion?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so then we approve the delay, and then in January, we decide we're going to undelay? That, to me, would be worse.
Well, we do have a motion and a second on the table. So, we do need to consider that.
Did my motion get a second? I didn't hear.
I didn't even hear a motion.
It was a substitute motion
Okay, but I
to
didn't
delay
hear what
our action till October.
Well, we have to, I have to refer to our attorney. If we have one motion on the table. Mark? I mean, if we have a
Yeah.
motion and
Yeah.
a second on the table,
I think she asked for a friendly amendment and whether or not Janet would accept that or not.
okay, I
and
got
get-
too many
and-
people talking, I can't hear. Go ahead, Mark.
What I was suggesting was that the way I heard Ann's was she was suggesting a friendly amendment to the motion to whether, and the question would be whether Janet would accept that amendment and then a second of her substitute motion.
Okay, so
If
Janet,
it's-
would
if
you?
there's no second to her amendment, then you need to go forward with the motion that's pending.
Yeah.
So Janet, would you accept a friendly amendment? That's been seconded.
I don't think that's an amendment. Isn't that a total change? Am I right? I mean, an amendment would be different than revisiting it. I don't know. Mark, is that an amendment or is that a total change, a substitute motion?
Ann, do you want to restate your request? The trouble is that your motion, Janet, I wasn't sure that included those deadlines when you said revisit this in January.
We will revisit the whole issue in January.
And it has a second.
In the meantime, our districts could continue, would have the option to adhere to all of the existing timelines if they so choose.
But your specific motion does intend to include the recommendations for new timelines that are on page 99 of the board
Yes, but
policy.
we would revisit this in January. To me, hers is a substitute, not an amendment. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, though. I guess I want clarification.
No, I intended to make a substitute motion. If our rules don't allow that, then they don't allow that.
I don't know what they do. I have no idea. I don't remember. I'm not on the policy committee.
Pretty sure it's not in there, other than,
I misunderstood Ann's suggestion. it would be a substitute motion, not a friendly amendment of what she had asked for. So I think you need to proceed on the motion that Janet has made and has been seconded.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table with a second. Further discussion. Steve Roberts.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be voting against it as a teacher, as a professional educator. Seems to me, and my field is math. We heard from a gentleman named Ben today who said he was really good at math, but he struggled with reading because he was later diagnosed with dyslexia. And my own children learned to read very quickly, very well, but they didn't have problems. So my first wife and I, we're not going to claim to be great reading teachers. We had good students to work with, we put it that way. But as a professional educator, if I were dealing with dyscalculia, which is a form of being able to to not be able to decipher numbers and numerical powers, because it's close to dyslexia for math, if you will. If I were tasked to know more about that, I would find the 6 hours, contact hours, not 6 credit hours of college work, but 6 contact hours. I'd find that on a weekend to improve my professional skills, if that was required as a math teacher. And it would seem to me that reading teachers ought to be able to find 6 hours somewhere in the next fortnight or before the next moon. And all this fussing just doesn't make sense to me. So I will be voting no for this motion because we truly need to move forward. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Okay, the motion is as written here, except that it will be revisited in January in its entirety, right?
Yes.
Okay.
In its entirety.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Abstain? Hey, I'm missing one person. Dina, how'd you vote? For the motion? That's what I had, but I only saw 4 against. You too. Okay, so that's 5-5. Which, the noes again, please raise your hand. Okay, so that fails to pass then. Okay, thank you. That's all I've got on that.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 15, which is the act on recommendations of professional practices. And are we online here? There we are. Jennifer Holt. Jennifer, is this the first time you've been on with us?
I have stood in, I think, once before.
Okay, well, welcome. We're glad to have you.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here.
Okay, so the first one, item, there's 2 15s. 15A is to act on recommendations of the Professional Practices Commission, which is a revocation and a denial. And board members, in your agenda, this is on page 101. So if you want to look at that. Okay, so Jennifer, go ahead, please.
Yeah. Say it again.
Go ahead, please.
This day was a pretty easy one. We were unanimous on all of them. They were defaults, and then one where they'd come to an agreement ahead of time, and we just sanctioned it, essentially, agreed to it.
Okay, so on item 15A, we have 4, correct? That are either revocation or denials. Ben Jones?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education denies or revokes the licenses in the cases of 19 PPC 47, 20 PPC 12, 20 PPC 15, and 20 PPC 17.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Steve Roberts. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 10-0. Thank you. Okay, and then item 15B, which board members in your agenda starts on 119. And this is a censure. So, Jennifer?
Yeah. This, they had reached an agreement. So this actually came through the PPC earlier, and we revoked the license. And then it turned out that the person had never been contacted. We didn't have an address on file. And so then they went back and re-looked at it and came to an agreement. And then they brought that agreement before us.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion here? Steve Roberts?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education issue a professional teaching license with public censure to applicant 19-PPC-45.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Ben Jones? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's a 10-0. Okay, Jennifer, thank you very much. Guess you could probably listen to this next one, but I'm sure you have other things to do, so thank you for joining us.
Yep, thanks for having me.
Okay, this is to act on the proposed amendments to the Professional Practices Commission regulations. And Scott, you've been here before, but you're going to go through these with us and any final time, so.
Pardon me if I can figure out how to use a computer again and close out of the last presentation. I do not have another PowerPoint for you. You all have the written materials in front of you, starting on page 125. If you wouldn't mind pulling that up for me while I'm talking. Thank you. So there's really not that many differences between what I had proposed to you last month.
Go ahead and stand in front of the mic if you don't mind.
Thanks, sorry. There's not that many differences from what I shared with you last month. Just go to the board materials. I'll just wait till we get them all. Yep. September. And then I'll just scroll down to page 125.
125.
Thank you. Sorry for those watching at home getting a headache right now. Too far. So as you can see in the materials, I did highlight for you on the cover page a couple of the edits that I had made or suggestions I've made from last month to this month. Most of those are grammatical or just cleaning up some things I should have brought to you in August. But to highlight, there was one typographical error on 91.22.1a that was changed. We've also added the ability to prove certain forms of misconduct for someone as a basis to deny them a license. I think this still is in compliance with state statute that was passed a couple of years ago and still puts everyone on notice on the type of behavior by which they could potentially be denied a license. When I say proof before a hearing before the Professional Practices Commission, that's what we've done for decades, right? It's the same exact thing. It's just clarifying that that would be a basis by which to deny a license. And it would not rely on the general misconduct or other just cause. I'm not using that language anymore. It also clarified that the term limits by which someone would not be eligible to receive their license, because this question comes up many times whenever I'm negotiating or discussing these cases. The language as it's originally written is not very clear, so I've attempted to clarify it. Essentially, if you are convicted of a felony, then it's 5 years from the term of that conviction for which you would not be able to receive a license. That's been the same. That's even set in statute. If you are placed on probation for a misdemeanor upon conviction, then the time limit by which you are not eligible to receive your license is either your term of probation or 1 full year, whichever one's longer. The case that you just issued the censure on, for example, was a misdemeanor drug possession case, but she was originally on diversion for 2 years. So in that case, the time limit would have been the 2 years, not the 1 year, which is the completion of the diversion agreement, which is the last stint on there, if you will. And in cases where there is no conviction and there is no diversion, it's 1 year from the occurrence of the offense. Trying to keep that consistent with whether or not you've been convicted or not. And candidly, the theory behind that is, if you get caught with possession of methamphetamine, or no, meth would be a felony. If you're in possession of marijuana, it doesn't matter if you were convicted or not convicted. If you had the marijuana in Kansas illegally, then the amount of time by which you are out of the classroom should essentially be the same, right? Just because a judge bangs the gavel and says that you're guilty, that's 1 year. If you all make that determination after a full evidentiary hearing, it would still be 1 year. Just trying to make that consistent for everybody. So those are the changes to 9122.1A in addition to what I shared with you last month. 22.2 and 5A, there have been no changes since the last version. I did change, or I'm suggesting a change in the deadline on 9122.9. Under the Kansas Administrative Procedures Act, someone has 15 days to file a response whenever a proposed action is going to be taken. For whatever reason, when your PPC regulations were written, the 15 days applied for whenever you're asking for a hearing, but then there was a separate deadline for whenever you are filing an answer. I have no idea why there's a difference. Candidly, it's not very often that you have them. In fact, it's more likely than not, someone will file an answer on day 19 or day 20, but they forget to ask for a hearing. We don't know what to do with that. So trying to make that more consistent, we're just saying 15 days across the board. And functionally, if you answer it, you're asking for a hearing. And that's how they're going to be treated. In fact, I believe that's how they have been treated for some time. 22.22, I've not made any changes since the last time I brought to you as well. And candidly, those are the changes I have before you. If there's any questions, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Seeing no, Janet? Janet, I think you might need, is that on?
Is it on? Lights on.
Okay.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me, okay. I have been contacted about this regarding teachers losing due process in some of these areas. Would you like to comment on that?
Sure, thank you. So fundamentally, due process means three things. One, you have to receive notice that whatever the basis of an action might be, you know what that basis is ahead of time. The second is for you to be seen or heard in a reasonable manner. Okay, and the third is that the decision is made by an impartial individual. That's due process in a nutshell. Candidly, by highlighting and clearly delineating some of these, the basis by which a license may be disciplined, I believe you'd be giving more due process than what you currently have. We're removing a lot of the vagueness. In fact, there are several cases over the past several years, several instances, where someone has come to me or their attorney has come to me and said, I had no idea that could have been the basis by which the state board would have taken discipline. So they have asked, well, why don't you clarify that and put in the regulations? For example, the whole reason why we've included the language regarding findings from DCF is, and I'm telling you this was, the attorneys were sharing this with me, they would have individuals where there were allegations of child abuse raised against them. And the individual didn't feel it was necessary to appeal that potential finding by the Department for Children and Families. They didn't think it mattered that much. Because when there's a substantiated finding, you go on the double secret list and you're not allowed to participate or work or volunteer in a daycare center. I mean, basically that's what that means, to have that substantiated finding. They had no idea that that could lead to, or that behavior could lead to having a license revoked. So that's why we're asking that to be clarified, to put everybody on notice. And I do want to clarify on that particular point, because I will tell you that I've spoken with attorneys that were concerned. I intentionally wrote it to indicate that it's the behavior that could result in a substantiated finding that may cause someone to have a license to be disciplined. It's not the finding in and of itself. You're not going to have a hearing where I show up and the only thing I show you is, well, there was a finding, it's done, case over. It's not it. The reason why we want to include that, and specifically include it in the regulations, is twofold. One, to put everybody on notice. And two, that makes it easier and cleaner for the Department for Children and Families to provide records to my office for us to investigate and find out if there needs to be an investigation into a licensed teacher. I will tell you, we've had several matches in the past month or two, over a dozen matches between licensed teachers and those that have had substantiated findings of child abuse. And so far, going through those, I have not filed a complaint against a single one. And that's probably about 5 or 6 of them. Because they are old, outdated instances, and they're things dealing with someone's individual children. They're things that you would never, ever want to see me bring a case against a licensed teacher for. Because I like to pretend that I'm somewhat reasonable about that. So just because there is a substantiated finding or a finding of child abuse, that doesn't mean a case is going to be filed. That doesn't mean anything's going to happen, right? So going back to your question about, am I somehow taking away or hoping to take away due process? I don't believe so. The only changes to the process itself that I've suggested are if someone is in default, it doesn't go to the state board of, or pardon me, it doesn't go to the PPC, it goes straight to you. If someone voluntarily surrenders, it doesn't go to the PPC first, it goes straight to you. In both cases, there's still a hearing before you. They still have that opportunity to be heard. And then the third is just changing the deadline from 20 days to 15 days to make it consistent. And again, the idea of that is to make it easier for everybody. But candidly, the rest of the process is exactly the same as it's been for decades.
Thank you.
Any other questions of Scott? Okay, do we have a motion? Dean Horst?
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education authorize submission of the proposed regulatory amendments to the Budget Division, the Department of Administration, and the Office of the Attorney General for the formal adoption process.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Jean Clifford? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's 10-0. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, item number 17, Dale will be with us today and is going to review the results of a survey on broadband internet access for our Kansas students. So welcome, Dale.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here. We've surveyed school districts and asked the question, which is in your packet, how many students would you estimate do not have broadband internet access? Not that you can afford it. How many don't have access in their home? And I don't know about you, but I was a little bit surprised. The number that don't have, it's not available. They don't have access to it. And 9.73%, 48,000 out of 499,000. And somebody the other day in the legislative process said we ought to look at internet access like we do electricity, 50, 75 years ago. But it's going to take something like that. A good example of this was that Randy brought up the other day out at Syracuse. Well, they got 992 square miles. And some companies that are profit motivated, they're not going to run a line 10 or 15 miles for 1 or 2 families. And that's the case. They got 992 square miles and less than 400 kids. Had a call today, another one, this morning. We're getting a lot of calls like this, up towards Lansing. And Lansing, not a very big district in square miles. It's pretty small. Right south of Leavenworth, between there and Kansas City. And poor lady, she said, I signed up for internet. I don't know what she's thinking about, immaterial, 3 kids, signed up for internet access, but has no internet. And she said, I can't get internet. She said, when I want to use my cell phone, I have to go out. I'm standing outside now talking to you. Well, you don't think about that. Or I didn't think about that. But, you know, Lansing, pretty condensed community. They said, no, we're close to the Missouri River, and we don't have any internet. She said, I called 6 companies and asked them. No, not interested. So anyway, I thought it was some kind of interesting information, and it's estimates. School district don't know for sure all this, but that was their best estimates. And think about it. After last spring, what happened? The pandemic and all that. They ought to have a pretty good idea where it's access. And some of our bigger cities, you think that everybody's got access, but some don't. And we asked that question. There's the answer we got. After we did the survey, I want you to know this too. We were asked to give a copy of this to the Governor's Tax Advisory Council. I believe that's what they're called. And so they wanted a copy of it also. And so we'll give them a copy of it. But I don't have much more to say. I was just surprised. It's a little less than 10%. And you think, well, some districts, everybody ought to have access. But that isn't necessarily the case. Now, I want to mention this too. In some of our rural communities, some of the rural telephone companies will break their neck to get internet service to people. To them, it's not so much of a money thing, but some of them will go the extra mile to do that. But not all, and not all the big ones will. It's driven on a profit margin. We had a little bit of money we applied for, an email or E-rate grant. Remember that, Randy? And so and it was going to Weston, right west of Sharon Springs, about 4, 5, 6, 8 miles, whatever. And anyway, to get that, they had to run a pipe from Winona. Most don't know where Winona is. It's in Logan County. But anyway, they had to run quite a ways to get a line in to Weston. Now, the school had it, but it was low, slow, wasn't very good. So they're up and running and doing real well now. But anyway, I'd be glad to try to answer any questions. It's just pretty much straightforward. That's the superintendent's best guess as to where they stand after what they went through last year.
Thank you, Dale. It's very interesting just to scroll through. I mean, if I look at my area in Sedgwick County, you wouldn't think you'd see those numbers there, but they're amazingly high.
Yes,
And that's
I agree.
You know,
I was shocked about some of those.
yeah.
And, you know, look in Johnson County too. There's a house everywhere in Johnson County about. But they have a number that don't have access. I was just surprised at that a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of amazing. Any questions for Dale? We have one more agenda item before we're going to take our break.
Thank you very much for the time to share.
Thank you, Dale. Appreciate it. Okay, board members, we actually are going to do what was originally the item from this morning, which is from the recommendation from the teacher vacancy and supply. So in your agenda, it's actually on page 71. So if you want to scroll back to that, but it's to act on a recommendation from the Teacher Vacancy Supply Committee on the limited apprentice license, and Michelle is here with us again, and Susan's here too in case we have any questions. So, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, Dr. Watson, thank you so much. We wanted to come back to you to ask for your recommendation from the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee, but before I ask you to make that motion or answer any questions, I wanted Susan to share the latest numbers with you as of licenses that she's issued since we last spoke, so I'll let you do that.
Great. Thank you. Currently in effect, we have 272 limited apprentice licenses, so this was a very successful pilot. The majority of those are the high incidence special ed, so out of that number, only 61 are elementary. Now the even better news is when you extended the pilot to allow a summer cohort, that allowed 71 teachers to be hired by school districts for this year. So that's how many that I've issued since July 1st. So we still have about 20 that are in process, but again, the majority of those 69 were the limited apprentice and just 2 were the elementary. So extending that was a good thing for the districts.
You know, and when I think of that, I think particularly, you know, we always talk about our special education numbers, and to think of those people are now people in the classroom. That's a big help. Looks like we've got a question from Jim Porter.
Ready for a motion? I was going to make a motion.
Please go ahead.
I move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee to continue to provide a limited apprentice licensed special education paraprofessional to teaching pathway modeled after the limited apprentice high incident pilot, but with adjustments to the program of study. And I further move that the Kansas State Board of Education accept the recommendations of the Teacher Vacancy and Supply Committee to continue to explore and then pilot an alternative pathway to earn an elementary education license for bachelor's degree individuals to transition to teaching while prioritizing the design and development and an option of already licensed teachers to add an elementary education endorsement to their existing license.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? Jean Clifford. Question, Steve Roberts?
Not so much a question, Madam Chair, but a comment. I've been changing licensure since I got here, if not 20 years before. I know that from your perspective, this is a move in the right direction. And I appreciate it, I truly do. We're trying to make it easier for people to become teachers. And I'll be voting no because it doesn't appreciate just how, dare I say, flawed the system is. Now, last month, Randy said the system isn't flawed, it's just outdated. But I think it's flawed. I really do, from the get-go. This idea that we almost look for reasons to keep good people out of the classroom instead of encouraging people to participate. There are housewives and doctors and dentists and ranchers and farmers who could help our children if we would just welcome them. So I'll be voting no because this doesn't go far enough in terms of redesign, in terms of rethinking, in terms of being innovative, in terms of being creative. I appreciate all the work that goes into this from your perspective. I really do. I've been here more than 7.5 years and I see what you're up against. It's a chore and you're doing your best. I know that, but I have to vote no because this whole thing needs a basic fundamental redesign. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, opposed? Okay, that's 8-2, the motion passes. Follow-up question, if I may, Michelle?
Sure.
On the limited apprentice license, so you will be having, you'll take it to a program of study, but it will be ready to go by, I hope, this coming summer.
That's our intention as well, a summer
Okay.
cohort.
Yeah, because that, I mean, if I just look at what you say, 71? Yeah. 69 of them were in this category. I mean, that's how much of a need there is. So, yes, I would hope so also. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work on this.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Okay, board members, we're going to take a break, and let's be back at 3:15. Thank you very much.
She's not giving us an excessive amount of time, is she? A slave driver? My goodness.
Next item is item 18, which is the consent agenda, and there was one item pulled, which was item 18F. So do we have a motion to approve the other consent items? Dina Horst, second. Jim McNeese, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent items except for 18F. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 10-0. 18F, act on recommendations for licensure waivers. Mr. Roberts.
Thank you very much. I ran for this political position because of teacher licensure in the first place. I ran in '08 as an independent because fixing schools is not a partisan issue. And part of my political education was you can't do anything politically unless you already have name recognition if you're an independent. If you're Jesse Ventura, you get to be governor of Minnesota. But as an independent, you can't do anything. So if you're going to be in politics, you have to be either a Democrat or Republican. That's our situation these days. I know in my heart that people in the department, people in the colleges of education, people in the teachers union, all want what's good for kids. And I know that the system is flawed. I know, having been around, that teaching is not union work. And I say that because it's the nature of the work. It's the nature of the work to not be union work. A couple of things about unionization. In a union shop, the people with the most seniority get the plum jobs. That's how it is in education. And so in order to move the needle, we need to get some of our better teachers into our hardscrabble districts. We do that, but not in the numbers that we need. We need to hire reading specialists. We do that, but obviously not in the numbers we need. We need to hire people who can flat out teach the language of math, as I can, and we do that, but not in the numbers we need. And I know that the more complicated the rules, the more teaching licenses we have on the books, the harder it is for people to navigate their lives and make room for being a teacher. Because people have other things working in their lives. And I don't want to take up this board's valuable time, and I don't want to just make speeches. But I want to tell you that how I plan to move the needle. I just got business cards that say that I'm a licensed teacher, which is not technically true right now. But my understanding is I could have a 6th initial license, that the department is happy to grant me a 6th initial 2-year license. I had 5 of them, and they described me as a highly qualified instructor because the first ones I got were in the world of AYP and No Child Left Behind. Of course, we wanted to tell the feds that this newly licensed teacher was highly qualified. So I was highly qualified, and I don't know why my qualifications have lessened in any way, but here's my plan. I just want to share this with you. I've created a CV, a curriculum vitae, and it details where I've taught at the community college, on the Indian reservation, as a substitute teacher in several different Kansas districts in Missouri. I've been around. I helped create a program called PEGS, the Program for Exceptionally Gifted Students, and my own children were part of the initial year of that. 10 kids, and 2 of them had the last name Roberts. I have a lot to learn about education. It's an ongoing process. And I know some of the things that I say, it makes me sound like I'm a know-it-all, and if you just do what I say, it'll all work like a Swiss watch. That's not it. I freely acknowledge that. It's an ongoing process. But I can tell you what I know. What I know is if we make more rules, it doesn't help poor people, and that's exactly where the greatest gains are to be made. If you have more rules, more statutes on the books, just more complications in the way we approach things, that's not going to help poor people. If you have to have a lawyer or a consultant to tell you what the rules are, that doesn't help poor people in general. There are exceptions, of course. So as we have waivers all over the place, I remember Dr. DeBacker, Commissioner DeBacker, saying there's probably something wrong with the system given the number of waivers that we have to have. And that was back 7 years ago. I think the system is fundamentally flawed. In fact, I know it is. But how do you change it? So my CV details 20,000 hours of experience, college level, tutoring, teaching in the classroom. And Michelle and Susan, you will be the first to receive this CV. Nobody has seen it, and I worked on it last week, and you'll be the first to receive it. But then my fellow board members will get it after you get it. I don't know, a day or two later maybe. I'll wait a day or two. And then after that, I think I might send it to the Board of Regents. And then after that, I might send it to the media. This is how I plan to move the needle. The system's flawed. Because I should have demonstrated by now my commitment to education and my worthiness of having a license, especially a STEM license. But the rules say that I need to go get a job before I get my STEM license. And that's flawed. In any other discipline that's considered professional, you get your credentials and then you get the job. So I realize now I'm making a speech. That's not my intent. My intent is to move the needle. So you'll be receiving my CV, which has 20,000 hours of experience detailed. And if you want to give me another initial license, I don't think that'll bode well for our machinery and our future. Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve 18F? Jim McNeese, a second. Jean Clifford, all in favor, please raise your hand. Opposed? Okay, passed 8-2. Okay, number 19, which is board travel. And actually, Peggy, there's a couple of, oh, there you are, Peggy. I was looking for you, they're all wrong place. A couple of those I was noticing of mine are, we are not having a teacher vacancy in supply this Thursday. I should have given these to you the other day, I apologize. And Friday I have that NASB whole child study group. And we have Governor's Education Council too, right, Randy? On September 17th. So sorry for those changes. That's the Governor's Council on Education. Virtually, yes. Okay, other additions or changes, Dina?
I, in the spring, set up some challenge awards with districts that wanted to do theirs in the fall. So there's one in September on the 22nd with Salina, USD 305, and the 22nd also I'd like to attend the county health rankings virtual event. And I think everything else has been approved, or I don't know the date yet for sure.
Are you registering yourself, or do you need Peggy to do that for you?
Say it again.
Are you registering yourself for the, it was a, what was it? The county health?
Yeah, I'll register myself.
Okay, other changes to travel, board members? Jean Clifford, there, I'm sorry.
I wanted to add the Council of Superintendents Wednesday afternoon, and I think subtract the teacher vacancy and supply. Are we not having that? Okay. And then for next month, October 20th to 23rd is the virtual annual conference for NASB. And that's all.
Other changes? Jim McNeese?
I too was going to go to the participate in the NASB virtual conference.
Anybody else? Peggy, put that superintendent Zoom for me on the next week, 17th, whatever that is.
Council Soups.
Council Soups, Ben, for you too?
Council Soups, I'm confirming I'm already the NASB thing, so
Yeah, because you're the delegate.
Okay, are we good? Michelle?
Kansas Department of, or Kansas School for the Deaf, virtual coming up. I'll let you know on that date on that, because they were up in the air on if it's gonna be in person or if it's gonna be virtual.
Okay.
So that'll be global and I'll let you know, so I'll let you know.
Anybody else? Okay, do we have a motion to approve travel as we amended? Okay, Ben Jones, second by Michelle Dombrowski. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 10-0, thank you. Okay, board reports. Chairman's report. Randy mentioned this morning, we are going to take action on approving the navigating change document updates, and he mentioned those earlier. Randy, you want to kind of briefly summarize those for us again?
Yes, Madam Chair. Most of the changes are pretty minor. There's been some additions of the grade banding issues, some social emotional and additional lessons. The change throughout the document from the reference of virtual to remote, and then the inclusion of the gating community that you the gating criteria you adopted last time.
Any questions for Randy on the changes for the navigating change document? Okay, if not, then I will read a motion for that. I move to accept the updates to the navigating change document reflecting changes and new information since state board approval August 11th. Second by Ben Jones. Comments or discussion? All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, 10-0, thank you. Okay, committee reports, I believe probably only one or two. KISA, any updates on KISA? I think they're, other than what we've seen in the news, I should say. I know they're back playing.
Kind of, maybe.
Kind of. Some of them. And about it? Okay. Dina, anything to update?
Well, the only thing that I thought I'd mention, which you probably already know, is that KISA the Board of Directors did approve a spring season for the fall sports. And there are some specific ways that they can access that as a school district. And if you go to the KISA board, the KISA website, you'll be able to see all those little details. It's fairly lengthy, so you can find the details that you might be interested in.
Okay, thank you. School Redesign Advisory Committee, Ann, you and I attended that last week, and you gave a pretty nice summary that you put in your notes. Do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, I just encourage people to look at what I wrote and what Peggy forwarded, because I think there's some interesting links you might find helpful. And for those interested in learning more about redesign, there's a link to the schedule of professional learning that we can sit in on anytime.
It was a good meeting, and Again, they're moving forward, but with grace. Some folks are moving and some folks are going to take a little grace period, I believe. Would that be accurate, Randy? So,
That is accurate.
okay. Okay, board attorney, Mark, any update?
I don't have anything to report today, Madam Chair. I've looked at any developments and nothing stands out worth bringing to your attention today.
Okay, thank you very much. Request for future agenda items. We had quite a few last month. Any today? Yeah, I know. Jim Porter, I might ask you, your dyslexia task force meeting, what did you say that was, November?
It's the day before our next meeting. It's going to be in room 112 North, starting at 10 o'clock. And it's going to be a combination of virtual and in person.
So you'll have an update for us at the next meeting?
It's Monday. Monday, I think November the 9th. Not the next meeting, but the November meeting.
Okay, November, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I don't know. Yeah, because they were. There was something, yeah. Randy, is there going to be an update from the vaping? It seems like there was maybe some discipline thing. Was that what was coming up with the vaping group? Or secession? Was it secession?
I'm not going to be of any help here. I'm going to have to ask Mark, so I apologize. I just don't
I
remember.
think October, Mark said October, he would have an update, Mark Thompson.
Thank you, Peggy. Okay, chairman's report. October meeting will be the 13th and the 14th, and then tomorrow we will do our KBOR meeting, and that will be, Janet and I will be there in person because neither room was there enough room for us to all meet together. So you guys have all a Zoom link that will be online. And if you notice several of the topics on there, and I know there's some members that we've been discussing the possibility of a kind of a retreat session on a Wednesday maybe for us, and one of the topics would be to kind of look at some of the topics that, once we have the discussion tomorrow with KBOR, kind of see as far as our end on the state board, the K-12, kind of where do we want to go to continue to look at not necessarily graduation requirements, but as we think of graduation, kind of what does that mean? Are there any adjustments that we want to make, that kind of thing. So that conversation would be had more in a retreat environment. And then I think there was also a request to maybe look at some of the competency-based instruction. So we might kind of do a combination in a retreat environment for that on a second day, probably not October, but maybe on into November or December. So just kind of keep that in the back of your mind, so more information coming on that. Okay.
Kathy, November's a one-day meeting too because of the Veterans holiday.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, executive session. Do you have that, Janet?
Do I have a motion? Do I have one?
It's probably in
I mean, I didn't look for it. I didn't look at all this. Okay.
it's new.
There you go.
Thank you.
Oh.
We're not supposed to do this till 4. Shall we go ahead and do it?
We
Or?
can do it. Just start at 22.
Yeah.
And we can end at 5 till 4.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I move that the Kansas State Board of Education recess into executive session to discuss the subject of an individual employee's performance, which is justified pursuant to the elected personnel exception under COMA in order to protect the privacy interests of the individual to be discussed. This session will begin at 3:40 for 15 minutes. No action will be taken, and the open meeting will resume in the boardroom at 3:55.
Okay, so the motion was made by Janet Watt. Do we have a second?
Wait a minute, I apologize, let me go and continue.
Oh, thank you.
Commissioner Watson is invited to join this executive session.
Okay.
That's my complete motion.
Okay, that's the complete motion. Now, second, Steve Roberts. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, that's 10-0. Okay, so we will clear the room and start our executive session here quickly. Peggy, are we on? Yes? Okay. Okay, I'm going to bring the board meeting back to order after the executive session. We are back in active session, and I'd call on Janet Wall.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Kansas State Board of Education, I move to accept the retirement of Deputy Commissioner Dale Dennis with regret, effective September 30th, 2020, and to express our sincere gratitude for 53 years of service to public education as an employee of the Kansas Department of Education, for his commitment to school leaders and students, state board members, legislators, agency staff, and many others through his remarkable career.
We have a motion and Jim Porter for a second. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. Okay, it's a 10-0, probably with regret, but it is a 10-0. We wish Dale certainly a happy retirement, and we'll have some conversation here in a little bit about, have him come down here in a little bit and meet with us and have some conversation with him regarding his tenure and our thanks to him. At this time, I'd call on Jim Porter.
I move to confirm the personnel appointment and promotion of School Finance Director Craig Nineswander to Deputy Commissioner of Physical and Administrative Services effective October the 1st, 2020, and authorize the Commissioner of Education to fill the School Finance Director vacancy with a qualified candidate. The recommended salary is $161,800.
Okay, we have a motion, second. Dina Horst. All in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, at 10-0. Congratulations to Craig for being Deputy Commissioner of Fiscal Services. We really appreciate him moving into that position and look forward to working with him.
Can we expect him to be here for 53 years?
Yeah, we can get that covered.
Yeah.
Part of the contract.
I would hope so.
Okay, at this time, we are going to adjourn the meeting, and we will be, the board will be gathering here in just a little bit to welcome Dale in and visit with him for a little while. We've got a few other honored guests that I think are going to be joining us also, so that will not be part of the official meeting, but we will be doing that soon. Okay, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.